go. Go live. Alright, so stream's up now. So we've got 4 minutes 25. There's no sound on there. What is this? Oh, this is you. Yeah, right. Okay. So what, you 3D modeled that? Yeah, right. Okay. That's cool. I've got a friend who does 3D printing at the moment. He's 3D. Yeah, go for it. Yeah. Jesus. He's just finished printing a plane that we're going to test fly very shortly. I'll just quickly grab a pen. I'll be back in a second. Alright, so stream's counting down. We've got 3 minutes. I play a little intro video that doesn't go for very long, like 30 seconds. Yeah, that's okay. I'll share it with you now. All right. Yeah, Chris Rise in the comments on the YouTube channel. Yeah, looks like it's coming through fine. Yep. Alright, cool. I think they can hear us still. Hello and welcome everyone. This is Race on Oz TV. It's Pan Am. We are doing the 4 hours of Suzuka today. I hope you're all well. Getting ready to kick off qualifying very, very shortly, which will be a quick 20-minute qualifying session, and then we're going to jump into 4 hours of Suzuka. Really looking forward to this one. Very excited, but I'm also excited as well that we have another person to hear from this round as well. So you're not going to have to listen to me for the full 4 hours today, this afternoon, this evening, wherever you are in the world. But I'd like to introduce my co-commentator for this race today, Zach. Zach, my man, how you going?
Hello, everyone. Hi, I'm doing great today. I can really looking forward to this race. I've listened to you before, of course, Ruse, and I just came to the league recently. I initially was here to help with server logistics, and I decided I wanted to come help out with streaming, and I'm here to have a great time and a long time.
Awesome. Well, we're very, very happy to have you on board, and I'm sure our audience will appreciate it as well, that we're going to get 4 hours, but not just the one voice to have to listen to for the entire time. Hello to everyone in the audience as well. I see Chris Rise in the chat there, Joe Blow, Mixed Gaming cheering on Noobs Are Us as well, which have a very nice livery as well on the McLaren today, so we'll get to see that very, very shortly. Qualifying set to kick off in the next 4 minutes.
Yeah, I've been loving some of the liveries today. I've been watching the practice, and I love all the cars.
Yeah, they look
Do you
awesome.
have a couple of my own personal favorites? But
yeah, there's the Retro Coffin Lady Liberty one is pretty good. Keep an eye out also for the Ranch. There's an in-joke going around the Pan Am racing community at the moment. I'm not fully across all of it, but there is an overtake of the race option in there as well that will be for judged by either Jeremy Eastcott or I'm Not Jimmy in there as well, which we'll get to very, very shortly. So we'll be able to have a look at the cars very, very soon. Let's take a look at the circuit though before we do that. So as I mentioned, it is a 18-turn, 5.8 kilometer circuit. Probably one of my top three. It's good for me because it's on my side of the world as well, so it's always good viewing and get it at a decent time of day as well. But some really, really famous curves. Probably one of the most famous ones would be the 130R, the sweeping left-hander at the rear of the circuit. The hairpin at turn 11 is always a good one. Spoon curve. It's a corner that really requires a lot of patience and a lot of throttle control through there as well. Really easy to lose the rear of the car at a spoon curve. And then the two Degnas, Degna 1 and Degna 2 through turn 8 and 9. You usually see a lot of action through there. Dunlop curve as well is another action-packed part of the circuit. And then, of course, the center S's and the very peculiar sort of double apex right-hander into turn 1 as well. So awesome circuit. Great racing usually ensues around here as well. So we'll see what the Pan Am boys have for us, Pan Am boys and girls. I'm not too sure if we do have any females, but if we do, that's awesome as well. What they've got for us in store today. So let's have a look at this. Let's have a look at what the standings are at the moment. So we're not far away from getting qualifying kicked off. So you will see here, Hasselbrock is up the top here. So it is a teams event as well. Not every single car has multiple drivers, so Stivian's Katkus is sitting there up the top in the Honda.
He just took it past Hasselbrock.
Yeah, so 2:15. Obviously wet conditions as well, so we are expecting the weather conditions to be dry for the race as well, so we'll see. Weather settings are representative of that part of the world as well. That's one of the things that Pan Am does. What about this circuit, Zach? Do you know much about it? I really
like the circuit. I really like how it keeps driver speed limited throughout that first half, and then allows them to go pull through. What I think this will really show is how well do you know your car. We've seen this in practice so far, especially with the rain. We have seen a lot of drivers lose anywhere from 5 to 20 seconds off their best time in the dry. And I'm just really curious to see how their car control is going to come through. You have to have the correct aspect, especially in that first part of the race, and I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, it's going to be super exciting. Obviously, fuel saving around here, part of the endurance.
Gage and Gonzalez just getting best time.
Yeah, so that's no mistake on that one. Gage Gonzalez, he's been on fire in the season 2023 Summer Championship for these guys as well. So not a surprise to see his name up the top there. We have some other drivers in there. Aiden Hasselbrock, he's teaming up with Louis Benura. I do apologise, Louis, if I've not pronounced your name correctly. You got Liam Curran and Lucas Keys teamed up. Luca Accorsi and David Bertoni. Curtis Ruston's driving by himself. So is David Collins, Retro Coffin, Cade Williams and Rodney Felker. 4 hours is a long time to do by yourself. I did 3 hours by myself a couple of weeks ago, and that was enough for me. So 4 hours is next level.
I did too, and it was brutal for me. So I can't imagine what some of these guys do.
Yeah, so 4 hours. I hope they've got a comfy setup to get them through that. Dylan King and Jared King in the Lamborghini in there as well. Philip Brown, Marco Vinicio Vasquez. Jimmy and Bradley, that'll be a fun one to watch. Kenneth Smith and Sean Vinson. Matt Artem and Juan Carez. So two familiar names from the regular championship. Rod Chandler and Chris Bozick.
The Lamborghini seems to be the car of choice for most of the top 10, if not top 11. It's very interesting to see how well this car performs, especially due to the fact that the top 10, it looks that 6 of them are all driving the Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2.
Yeah, so we've got the McLaren up the top, Honda, then, the majority, the top 10 is filled with...
4.
Yeah, is filled with Lamborghinis. Lamborghinis, Porsches, a couple of Ferraris in there as well. No, just one or two Ferraris. 21 car field, but yeah, as I mentioned, that most of those cars do have team members in there as well. Some other familiar names. Here we got Chris Bozick in there. Who else? Rowdy Burns and Chris Rise in the number 21 Porsche. Chris Rice had a very rough championship so far, so hopefully he has a little bit better luck today. And who do we have out there? Bradley just driving around right now. He's just holding us up right now. This is the ranch dressing livery. All right, here we go. So here's qualifying. Ready to kick off. All right, let's get this thing started. All right, 20-minute qualifying. In-game time is 4 p.m. and you can see we've got dry conditions. Track is considered greasy at the moment as well. So a couple of cars making their way out. That's Curran. So Lucas Keys looks like he's in the car, and track's still a bit damp there that you can see. Who else is coming out?
Yeah, it's been... Thinking about it, it's really only drivers are going to get probably around 10 laps in before race start, so they really got to get on the field right now.
Yeah,
I really don't hope any of these drivers have too late of the start, because it would really be setting themselves back.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be a case of being out there at the latest possible stage as well to get the best of the track conditions. They will evolve over the 20 minutes. It's currently considered greasy right now, but we'll see how long that stays. And already that's David Collins just having a little bit of difficulty there through the center S's, so he's teleported back to the pits. That was the nice livery that I was talking about earlier on. There's plenty of cars making their way out onto the track right now. This is Aiden Hasselbrook. Tried to get all of the liveries, but obviously missed a couple out of awesome sim racing. But I think out of the 21 car field, I think only 2 are missing right now, which is not too bad. So apologies for that. Who's going to be the first car out to set a timed lap?
That's a wonderful question. Currently, I'm intrigued by Cat Kiss because of his such good practice time. I'm just hoping he's able to carry that over into qualifying, especially without the rain. Because I'm expecting a few of these drivers to switch positions just due to either experience in the rain or how they practiced this track originally.
Track still greasy. Track temperature 41 degrees as well. 35 degrees air temperature. So it looks like it's going to be Lucas Keys who will set us off on the first time lap of this qualifying session. So we'll follow him along as he makes his way into turn 1. See, very tentative there. He's got someone up ahead. Just getting out of the way for him there. Very nicely done. Run a little bit wide. Out of turn 2, and then up through the center S's. Very technical.
It does actually look like our Chandler will be the first to set a time. No, it is Keys.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was looking at the wrong.
It's all right.
Wrong timings.
No, we're all good. So here's Keys. Through Dunlop, turn 7. And then down into Degner 1, which you can take a lot faster than Degner 2. And then you go under the bridge, very unique part of this circuit here, the figure 8 format of the track. It was very revolutionary back in the day. Designed by Dutchmen, so a little bit of European flavour here. He's making his way.
European flavor in Japan. Makes it very dynamic.
And then through
Chandler following Keys just barely have a delay of 4.8 seconds behind the two. It does look like Keys is taking a gap from him.
Yep.
You might see the prevailing time for Keys.
So track's gone to fast now, so already starting to evolve. 41 degrees track temperature, 35 degrees air temperature. Makes his way through the very, very famous 130R. Able to take that without any dramas. And he's invalidated his lap, so we'll jump off him. We'll go to Chandler, because he'll be the first driver if he's able to make it through the Casio triangle without any dramas. He does, and he will head shortly to the line, and he'll be setting the first time of the session. And he goes to
which is a really solid time.
Yeah. 2:04. What about Hayden Hasselbrook?
Is that not only about a second off of what we're expecting from this track?
Yeah, well, we'll see how it evolves. It's that fast now. We'll see if it gets to optimum along the way.
Hasselbrook sets a 2:03.225.
Yeah, Cubbage sets a 2:05 in there. I think a Corsi is going to be the next one, but yeah, fastest times right now.
Setting at 2:06, so significantly behind.
Yep. So we've obviously got drivers of different levels of skill and whatnot in there as well. So a nice spread across the field. There's the Aston Martin making its way towards the line. Let's see what he comes up with. And that's top of the times at 2:03. Set the fastest time of the session so far. What about Kenneth Smith?
Wonderful driving from me, of course.
So he goes P4, so good start from Kenneth Smith. Matt Arden in the Audi. American
we have an
United
incredible
Racing.
cluster in the 2:03 zone. Hopefully, what I'm looking to see is if we can get some position changes, just going to make it an even tighter race than it already looks like it would have been.
Yeah, well, track's still fast, so we'll see if it does evolve to optimum. Still got nearly 14 minutes left in the session, so there's plenty of time for it to evolve. We're with Brett Reichart now, Team America, in the BMW. I think the sole BMW in the field as well. But right now, it's a Corsi P1 in the Aston Martin, a 2:03 flat for him, so 0.02 of a second between him and King in the Lamborghini. Hasselbrook up there as well. Plenty of time left. Some of the big names yet to make their way out there, one of them being Gage Gonzalez in the number 13 McLaren. We'll see what he's got. In the meantime, we'll watch Reichert. I do apologise if I've not pronounced it correctly. Makes his way to the line. And he goes P5. So nice time from him. What about Chris Rise? In the Rise competition, number 21, Porsche. Got another Porsche in front of him. Maybe get a little bit of a toe there towards the line. Good enough for P7. Nice work from him. What about Katkus? I think you were looking at Katkus earlier, Zach.
Yes, I was.
Let's watch this lap with him then. He's making his way up through the center S's.
He actually is yet to set a time, so interesting to see where he'll end up. You got 2 yellow flags on the field.
Bryce is teleported back, and Vasquez.
Coffin.
Yeah,
Just pulled off.
they're all good.
Katkus ended up.
Oh, he's
over his
abandoned.
lap.
Yeah, he's abandoned that lap at the Dagners, so he'll have to go again. Just under 12 minutes remaining, so approaching the halfway mark of this qualifying session, setting the grid for the Suzuka 4-hour for Pan Am Racing.
While we were over at Katkus, we had a couple of 201s and 202 sets. The top 6 is now all 202s, with K. Smith taking it up at the final 203.
Alright, what has Lucas Keys got here? He was the first driver to set out there and set a time. And he goes to the top of the times, pole position right now.
Absolutely wonderful job.
Yeah, awesome work. 201.6. So close between him and Accorsi right now. His Cubbage, as I mentioned, in that lovely liveried Noobs Are Us McLaren. He'll be looking to set a time. Currently sitting P13. Track's still fast. Track temperature has increased to 42 degrees. So it was predicted to be on the hotter side, and he goes up into P12. What about Devon Anthony in the Porsche? Had a good race last season in the regular season championship as well, up into 14th there. Of course, he is out there. He's 3/10 up on his best time.
D'Anthony struggling a little bit to take that first corner.
We'll see if he goes on another time lap. Yeah, of course he doesn't improve on his... Oh, he does improve only marginally, 100th of a second between him and Hasselbrook. So this is looking really good for the race.
Looks incredible.
Yeah. We should get a pretty competitive field. I'm still pretty curious about Gage Gonzalez. Still sitting in the pits. Brad Lee, Artem and Hasselbrook are all in there with him. We're watching Kenneth Smith. He's up there in 8th position right now. We'll duck across to Curtis Ruston. He's coming through the final turn. He's 1.3 seconds up on his best time. That improves him to P12 for now. Got Chandler. Yep, go for it.
These Lamborghinis just being so much lower, able to take those initial S turns so aggressively. We do have a bit of sliding out from Hasselbrook, but it really is impressive how fast they're able to take these turns, especially with a very back-heavy car.
Yeah, you've got 4 rear-engine cars in the top 5 right now, so that's a very astute observation. Chandler up there in P7. What about Cubbage coming around again? Gage Gonzalez is out there right now, so keep an eye on that name. Teams that haven't set a time yet: Katkus, Williams, and Gonzalez. The only 3 drivers that are yet to set a time right now. We're less than 10 minutes remaining, less than 9, in fact, as Cubbage heading towards the line. This will improve his time up into P12 for right now. Just having a look at a couple of the other drivers out there. But right now it's Hasselbrock leading from Accorsi. Keys, King, Coffin, Artem, Chandler, Smith, Falker and Reichart. So what do we got? Three Lamborghinis, a Porsche.
Hasselbrook and Accorsi keeping their gap as well.
Yep.
They've held their 100th of a second lap time difference just constantly.
So we watch Smith. He's a couple of tenths up on his best time. That's not going to be able to move him up a position. Lost a little bit of time out of the final turn, and he will not improve. So that's where he will remain for now. What about
Yeah,
Rustin?
especially with that. Looks like 7/10 of a second gap between 8th and 7th. Really making that distinguishing between the top 7 and the rest of the field.
Here's Rustin. He's 9/10 up. He goes up into P8. So nice work from him. Collins moves these.
Rustin immediately dropping to P9. Collins taking that P8 from Rustin.
Here's Retro Coffin. He's in P5. Half a second up on his best time. Could just get him on the front row potentially. Second row at least, if he holds that gap. And he goes into P3. So nice result there for Retro.
Absolutely wonderful result in my opinion.
This is Rocket again, the BMW, the 512. Down in 13th, runs a little bit deep there, so that's not going to do his times any good. What about Gage Gonzalez? Gage Gonzalez is out there. It's the start of the lap now. He's tucked in behind the Lamborghini of, that is, I think that's either Jimmy or...
That would be Bradley.
Bradley, there you go.
Only a half a second gap and closing. Going to point 3. 22.
And he's pulled out of that.
A little bit of time.
Yep. So he's pulled out of that lap there. We'll get back to Keys. He's a 10th up on his best time. He was, and he goes up into P3. So he leapfrogs a position there.
Gage Gonzalez dequaling another lap. Keys really pushing it here. Number 3.
Number 3. Oh, yeah, Keys, yeah, in P3. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on him. We'll watch Collins as he makes his way to the line here. Currently P9. I think it's not going to improve enough to move up a spot, so he'll remain just inside. Quite. Yeah, just inside the top 10. Cactus. He improved by 0.3 of a second, but still remains there in P6 right now. Falca is even with his time, just a tick over 5 minutes remaining, so getting to the pointy end of this one.
I have been watching Cactus recently, and his driving style has significantly changed after he finally got that qualifying lap in.
And track has gone to optimum as well, so perfect conditions now. Started off with greasy, now at optimum. Will we see the times start to tumble again? I can see Hasselbrock is out there as well. He's 7/10 up on his best time. We'll click over to him as Falca is in P12 there. So Hasselbrock just coming through the hairpin, turn number 11.
Wonderful job.
Now this turn does have a name. It's,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Slamming it in gear 5.
Through spoon curve now.
Doing a wonderful job of staying on track.
Yeah, a lot of accuracy.
Really pushing that track potential.
Yeah, a lot of accuracy and precision required for spoon. Now a lot of courage required for the 130R. Not as much as they used to have when they used to have a the kitty litter out there, so they like to call it. Nice entry and exit at the 130R. Plenty of runoff there.
Incredibly.
He's
really using all the track that he has right now.
Yep, 6/10 up on his best time, so it's reflecting in the times. And he goes a 201, almost a 201 flat. So he's loving the track conditions right now. This man here, Retro Coffin, he's 1.5 tenths up on his best time. That'd be good enough to move into P3, possibly P2 at the moment. Just a tick under 3.5 minutes remaining. Track's at optimum, so times are expected to start tumbling pretty quickly. Gage Gonzalez is out there as well.
Yeah, he's about to set another time. He's coming around the straight.
Yeah, here he goes. So he improves into P2.
From 4 to 2 just on that one lap.
Yep. Bertoni is out there as well. So he is looking good for his time right now. So currently half a second off pole position. Hasselbrock is out there, but he's down on his best time. Retro Coffin has gone again. He was a 10th up. Looks like he's had a bit of a mistake out there, so he might have bought that lap. He does. And then Bertoni remains in P3 for now. So 2:01.497 is his best time in the 111 Aston Martin. Lucas Keys has been pretty racy in this session. He doesn't improve his time. He remains in P4 for now. So clock ticking down, about to enter the final 2 minutes of this one. They're all chasing Hasselbrock right now. Coffin, Bertoni, Keys, King. That's your top 5. Then Kakas, Artem, Chandler, Rackett, and D. Collins. Will we have any movement throughout the top 10?
Looks like Chandler might be setting a lap time very soon.
Yeah.
Might spike some movement here.
Yeah, he's 6/10 up on his best time, so that would enter him possibly into the front row, the second row of the grid conversation.
Do you see him pop up to 6th?
Yeah, he's up in 6th right now. Artem is out there in the Audi, coming through the 130R. He's up a little bit on his time, not enough to make a move. So it's 4/10 of a second difference between 7th and 8th right now.
Looks like he just lost some time to the curb.
Looks like he's going to
see how that works out for him. It looks like he'll just hold 8 there.
Yep.
Which he does.
Who else is out there? Bertoni. His delta time on my screen is not quite working properly, but we'll follow him. So we're in the final minute of qualifying, setting the grid for the 4 hours of Suzuka for Pan Am Racing. Chris Rise predicting rain on the forecast. We will find out quite soon. This is Bertoni launching that 111 Aston Martin through the final turn. His best time's a 2:01.497. Does he improve on that? Doesn't look like he does. No, it's a 2:02.
Does not.
No. Lucas Keys, once again, he's 6/10 up on his best time. Could be possibly number 73. Gage Gonzalez, number 13. Disqualified.
Keys. Oh wow.
Yep.
Keys holds. He just jumped to 1 with it 2.
Yep.
Almost 2 flat.
Yeah, this is King. So this is the money time now. It's 000. Final chance at it. Hasselbrock. He's 4/10 up on his best time. Keys has gone again. So this is the absolute best conditions they're going to get of the circuit. Hasselbrock, if he keeps this gap, he will take pole position. And he does. So he goes.
Like he does.
Yeah.
Just by 0.2 of a second.
Goes up into P1. So we've got a handful of cars left out there to finish this qualifying session. One of them is Bertoni. The other one's Lucas Keys as well. So we'll monitor his progress. He's just under 0.3 a second slower right now than Hasselbrock. His best time at 2.982 as opposed to a 7:07. So he's a couple of tenths down, 2.5, and looks like he might have aborted that lap as well. So we're going to wait for these cars to finish their laps. Bertoni looks like he's going to abort just there. What about Collins?
Katkus also just aborted a couple seconds ago.
Yep, so they're all in the pits. Reichardt is down on his best time, and Cubbage is just tucked in here behind Collins. You can see the no, that's not Cubbage. That's the BMW. I think that's Reichardt. So he's down on his best time. And
Racer's definitely trying to squeeze every last second of this qualifying out.
Yeah, a couple of Noobs are racing. Noobs are us racing. McLaren's there as well. And looks like Collins, he made up a fair bit of time through the 130R. He bought the lap. Cubbage, he's half a second up. Well, he was half a second. Dropped a little bit of time out of the Casio triangle.
Holding that half a second, he will be passing Robert Felker. bring him up into 14th place,
There we
which
go.
he just barely does.
Yep. So he ends up taking P14 in the end. But pole position belongs to Hasselbrock. Just see if he's in a team.
Absolutely wonderful performance there as well from Hasselbrock.
Yeah, so he's
Very
racing.
consistent the entire time.
Yeah, so he and Louis Benaura will be holding pole position. So it was Hasselbrock with what was his time? A 2 minute
7:07.
Yeah, 7:07. So cracking time from him. Lucas Keys there in P2, King in P3. So 3 Lamborghinis at the top with a Porsche joining them in 4th position. So to your point earlier on, Zach, around the
all
rear
engine cars really just shining here, able to keep that higher downforce coefficient in the front of the car, just allowing them to zoom. What I've seen is they've specifically been able to take higher speeds, especially at the S turns and hairpin, and they've been able to just hold that advantage in their favor.
Yeah, definitely a lot more nimble than a lot of the front engine cars. Because you've got Kakis in the Honda, Ferrari with Chandler as well, and Artem in the Audi there in 6th, 7th, and 8th, with Bertoni being the odd one out, being the front engine Aston Martin, the 111 there. But yeah, it was Hasselbrock taking pole position, which is a great start. So 2 minute .707, two tenths separating pole position there with Lucas Keys. Started off greasy, went to optimum in the end. And they got the best of the track conditions. So that is the grid set for the 4 hours of Suzuka. We will be.
It looks like a wonderful time, personally.
Yeah, 2 minute flat around here is extremely quick. So we've got some rapid guys in there. One of the big talking points as well will be Gage Gonzalez got disqualified from that session for driving backwards. So he'll start from the rear of the field. He may be going.
However, he was running a 203, which would probably place him at least 14th place. And if he probably was able to warm up just a bit more, he might be able to pull up into a 202, putting him anywhere from 8th to, again, 14th.
Yeah, he might be going for the most overtakes, the most positions gained from quali to race finish as well. So we'll keep an eye on that. We will be back very, very shortly. We'll get this one underway. It'll be the 4 hours of Suzuka. We'll be back just in a couple of minutes to get ready to get the race started.
Can't wait. All right. Got in chat, don't like Gage Field.
Yeah. So a little bit of chat going on there at the moment. Let's have a quick look at the grid here. We got track at optimum right now, but showers are forecast right here. So we'll see if how quickly they eventuate, looking like the first 10 minutes. But it was Hasselbrock there from Curran, so a couple of Lamborghinis. Lamborghini in third position there, belonging to King, the King brothers. Check out this livery. I like this. The Lady Liberty. Yeah. From Retro King, so a little bit different to the normal livery he runs in the championship season. Ferrari there as well. Matt Arden in the Aston Martin. I don't know if this is an in-game livery or not.
It does actually look to be an in-game livery.
Yeah, I know this one isn't. The Noobs Are Us. Very, very tidy livery. I want to get to... Where are we? Got to go all the way to the back of the grid before we get underway. But check this one out. I love this. This is...
Hidden Down Ranch.
Yeah.
Looks amazing.
Hang on a second. I'll get out of it. There we go. So I'll get back to it. Yeah, but I've got to find out what the in-joke is here. But there is a part of the race as well that will be rewarding people for the, what was it, the highest finishing ranch livery from qualifying those sandbags. Best overtake on a ranch livery as well, liveried cars. So might have a bit of a hard time doing that, starting from the rear of the grid that they are. So we'll have to wait and see as they're all getting away for the warm-up lap. Definitely on my bucket list to come to this circuit. I think it would be
for sure
quite the experience.
Personally, living on the other side of the world, would love to be able to go over to there. Get on a couple other continents would be very interesting.
Yeah, a long way from the States, but not too bad from Australia. One of the few places that's relatively close, in air quotes, to us. Everything else is a long way away.
Yeah.
Living on an island, as we see them all filtering through the center S's right now. Retro Coffin, don't let Gage fool you, who lapped the field. I don't know if he'll lap the field, but yeah, definitely starting at the rear.
I do have a feeling that he'll be able to pull up a bit.
I think so, yeah. I think he'll make up a couple of spots throughout the 4 hours.
As getting their tires and brakes as warm as possible.
Yeah.
Through here.
Making their way through the Degnas. As they go through to the hairpin as well, so this would be a great spot to watch the cars. Heavy braking into here in full flight. So track at optimum, 38 degrees track temperature, 34 degrees air temperature. Rain expected though, so in the next 10 minutes, looks like it'll be around for a little while as well.
Yeah, it does say it will be through for the next 30.
Yep.
That should make it incredibly interesting.
That was the Lamborghini there. Oh, I'm not Jimmy. As they're making their way through to Spoon Curve now as well. So another interesting part.
Just pulling through.
Yeah. Another interesting corner through here as well. So as mentioned, lots of patience required. We'll see if anyone comes undone through there over the 4 hours. There we go.
He's an Hasselbrock braking just as much as humanly possible.
Oh, and it's raining right now, so there's rain on the screen. So the rain is here already. And it's going to
be desperate for some of these racers to pit.
We'll see if anyone decides to pit out of the warm-up lap.
Right, we have some good conditions.
They should be able to carry this for, what, maybe 2 laps before the rain really gets to them.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to go any more than 2 laps as they all
Especially
warm up.
because in practice we saw lap times drop from 2 all the way down to 2:15.
Yep.
With rain.
Yep,
So-
massive difference in times. All right, is anyone going to jump in the pits? That is going to be the big question. Doesn't look like it's going to be any of the front runners. Track's already gone to greasy as well, so they might not even get 2 laps out of this.
Doesn't look like it, especially with all of them still being in that warm-up lap. Be taking off any second, though.
This could be a very action-packed race to begin with.
By the way, it looks like Hasselbrock has a bit of a lead on Keys.
Green light. Go, go,
there it is. So we've got the 4 hours of Pan Am of Suzuka underway in wet conditions. I'll file in to turn 1.
Taking the initial acceleration, leading Lucas Keys.
Well,
Both of them tailing each other.
We had a couple of drivers that came into the pits as well. One of them was Jimmy. I think I saw Valentine in there as well. He is. So, and Rowdy Burns too. So a couple of drivers deciding they'll make their way into the pits to start this one. Oh, we got contact there. That was, I think, a Corsi who's dropping down. I think it was Chandler in the Ferrari.
Incredibly tight. If we want to look at number 7, Brett Riker, incredibly tight just behind him with Kenneth Smith and David Collins. They're all just back to back with each other, especially after that impact. Hasselbrock and Keys having a pretty decent gap. Keys trying to take an overtake out of the outside, failing, however.
Collins has gone off at Dagna 1 as well, so he's rejoining the track. So a couple of cars coming
Jimmy
undone
just
there.
pulling onto the track as well.
Yeah, so Jimmy, Valentine, and Rowdy Burns all on the wet tyres. But we've got Hasselbrock leading the way from Keys. Look at this guy, Gage Gonzalez, already up into P10. So he started P21, and he's already covered half the field.
Moves.
Oh, that's Katkiss. Oh, that's a big collision as well. That's
really
Artem.
large collision.
I'll have a look
That's going to take a couple minutes at least 2 or 3 of those drivers there.
This is the replay. Bring up the replay screen. Oh, he just gets on the grass and then loses it. And then watch this. Bang! Oh, that was a big hit. That was from Artem there.
Just as an update, Keys and Hasselbrock currently have a second behind them. Jay King following Keys with a half a second. Coffin almost completely tied up with a Corsi. Coffin just focusing on defending right now.
Oh, that's
Keys has
Coffin.
made up some time on Hasselbrock as well.
Make a bit of contact there. And I think Coffin will have no other option but to go into the pits. A couple of other guys coming in. Gage Gonzalez just barging his way through there as well, so he's in the pits
look like
there.
Hasselbrock and Keys are going to be setting times without any rain tires, unless they prepared ahead of time.
Yep, so they've decided to keep going. Hasselbrock, Keys, King, Accorsi, they're all out there. And majority of the field now deciding to take pits.
It does look like Chandler is trying to pass Felker. They're right tail on tail right now.
So there we go. So these two are going at it, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Can they need to keep it on the black stuff here? Hasselbrock and Keys, make sure they make no mistakes, as the rest of the field is pretty much pitted now.
Chandler trying to make a pass, but not quite getting there.
Just check on the condition here of Hasselbrock as well.
Track is officially turned to wet, but it looks like in 30 minutes we'll get dry again.
So if any of these guys drove in the 24-hour race as well, which I think it rained for about 6 hours, so they have plenty of wet weather experience. As we go back to Chandler and Felker, and we'll see if this front group decides to make their way into the pits as the rest of the field is pretty much done. Nice Hasselbrock making his way up the back straight towards the 130R. We'll keep an eye on Chandler and Felker. So an interesting start to this one, considering the rain arrived pretty much a couple of turns.
He's losing a lot of time on Hasselbrock, 3 seconds behind on gap. Started off the race at 0.2, if that.
Yep. So let's see what Hasselbrock does. I reckon he has to definitely pit here. No, he's going to keep on going. All right. So we'll monitor his lap times. He'll set the first time lap of
Williams
the race.
Battling with, check their names. Williams, Anthony, and Collins currently battling for that 12th place right now. About half a second to an eighth of a second behind each one of them.
Yep. So the three top guys, Rocket, has he pitted already? I don't think so. No, he hasn't. So the guys that
has not pitted either.
Yeah. So the guys that haven't pitted right now: Hasselbrock, Keys, Rocket, and Felker, as well as Chandler. So the top five haven't pitted. So they've all decided they're going to continue on and see if they can see out these conditions.
Also, just so that way it's known, of course, he did end up pitting. Jimmy, with the new wet tires, is pulling through.
He's up to P6.
Taking 6th place.
Yep, so he started there on the back row of the grid. He's already up into 6th. So he was one of the early pitters as well. He pitted on the warm-up lap. He's got Gage Gonzalez. He's got Collins just up ahead of him. This is 14th and 15th. And we'll just keep a close eye. So the lap times are 2:12.967 was the lap from Hasselbrook. Hasselbrook on that first time lap in the wet conditions with the slick tyres. As Collins just running a little bit deep there at the triangle. And Gage Gonzalez.
Do you have some more concentrating racing right now? Absolutely tied up. I really want to... This does look like both of them in McLaren, so see if any difference in setup might come from this.
Looks like Retro Coffin.
Jay King also closing on Retro Coffin.
Yeah, I was going to say, Retro Coffin just managed to get past him, just showing the replay of that right now. So it looks like that was into turn 1, and then he was able to get by. So I think King might have just made a slight error there as we go back to live.
Felker also changed his tires, and he's building on Riker.
See the spray coming off the rear of that BMW.
Felker making incredible time. They were just about a second apart. Felker taking this. Braking a little bit too early, however.
Oh, that was, yeah, Riker. And then
Chandler might be able to come around.
Yeah, Chandler just getting caught up in that a little bit. And Riker made the mistake, ran deep at the Casio Triangle. Now Chandler is going to try and
come out.
Yeah, Chandler's
like Riker and Jimmy are going to be able to get ahead of him.
Yeah. Yeah, Riker lost 3 positions there. So not a good couple of turns for him. So Chandler moves up into P4. Jimmy 10 seconds off these guys. And Hasselbrock continues to stay out his last lap. He's a 2:15.
Cat just trying to pull through on Chandler. Looks like Gage Gonzalez is also fighting heavy as well with Anthony.
Flick across to that.
Gage Gonzalez actually making a lot of time on this straight against Anthony. Anthony pulling off to the side, losing his grip, and Anthony taking that place. Almost. Never mind.
Yeah, they're going to fight for it. Yeah.
Does look like Gage has the pass enough. He's able to pull through, which he was taking that place from Anthony. Gage holding in 12th place now, swapping Anthony into 13th. Top 5 has super loosened up, with Felker still 17 seconds behind. And it looks like about an average 5-second gap in between each one of these racers. Williams currently fighting Anthony as well.
Collins in there too, just tucked up behind.
Williams does look like he's about to make the pass if he's able to throttle on well enough, which he was. Yeah,
he gets it done.
Anthony losing time to both of them. I don't know if he has to swap tires or what, but he's not showing incredible race control currently. Just want to note on the very impressive performance from Gage, pulling up from 21st place all the way up to 12th.
It's Jimmy getting past Riker as well. To the number 69 Lamborghini. already up into P5. Just having a look at times as well. So the guys that haven't pitted is the top 4. Reichert making his stop, so he's decided that's enough for him. But the top 4 guys, just looking at times right now, 2:19.
Hasselbrock is still just holding steady.
Yeah.
So.
His last lap was a 2:19.6.
I have a feeling he might have put on wet preemptively because that's how he's performed.
Yeah, I'd say so, because his times are all in alignment with everyone else. That's what I was just looking at. It's like, well, they're holding steady right now, so I reckon that's exactly what they've done. That's a good point.
It is actually what they've done. I just checked his tire prefigs, and he started off the race with wet.
There you go. Yep. So, very, very shrewd decision from those guys. Predicted the rain.
Does look like Keys did the exact same thing, which is how they've been able to hold the lap.
Gonzalez now moved up from P21 into 11th. He's got Cubbage just behind him, runs a little bit wide there into turn 1. Gage going to send it up the inside. It'll be a drag race up into the center S's, and he's got it done. So nice work there from Gage Gonzalez. Moves himself into the top 10.
Yep. It does look like Reichert loses even more time to Brown and Anthony.
Yeah, it looks like.
And Valentine pulls ahead of Burns.
Yeah, it looks like Brown managed to get past Reichert there in 14th and 15th. And then Cubbage.
We are down to 19 racers.
So we've lost a couple. I think one of them would be Artem, and there's no Audi out there. Just trying to see who the other one was as well. Could work that out. But yeah, down to 19.
Brown building even more time on Anthony. Looks like Brown might be pulling ahead right now, going for the inside pass. Not quite getting there. Losing a bit of time on the curb.
Field very, very spread out right now. So that rain at the beginning. Yeah. So that rain at the beginning has really flipped the script, but we're looking to go to dry conditions not too far away. This rain will persist for a little while longer, but we've got dry conditions on the way. Falca, he's heading off at the center S's. Let's see what's happened here as we go to the replay. This is turn 3. Oh, yeah, run a little bit wide. Yep. And then around he goes.
Might need new tires after that one.
We'll see what he
looks
decides
like Brown
to do.
just passed Anthony. Anthony trailing behind, trying to make up that time, but not quite being able to get it. Brown running a 1:59. Anthony running a 2:02.
We'll have a look what happened here. As they're coming down the back straight. This is on the replay. Going through the 130R. I think the pass might have already been. Oh no, he ran wide. Oh, he got a little bit sideways through there as well, so he managed to catch that back up.
Looks like across the race there's about a 1 second to 5 second average gap time.
Yeah,
really spread out, just like you said. Hasselbrock and Keys also holding, but Hasselbrock is actually coming through. He looks like he might be lapping some people right now.
Yeah, it looks like Brown has had.
Hasselbrock's currently just lapped Valentine. He's building on Burns.
Yeah, as we're watching Brown just go around there at turn 1. So these wet conditions making this track extremely slippery.
Not right incredibly now. Favorable.
No, not at all. These guys.
Rustin pulling a pass on Reichert as well.
Have a look at that. Oh, that was Reichert going super slow there for whatever reason. So we saw right.
Hasselbrock building on Burns.
Go back to live.
Does look like Gonzalez might be, or is coming up on Smith.
Yep.
Same car, but Gage having an incredibly late brake time, trying to get a little bit of a dive bomb there, but not quite succeeding. a little bit late on the throttle as well. Gonzalez slowly closing the gap down to a 0.2 and taking that straight time.
There we go, so he gets the move done.
Valentine also just making a pass on Burns.
And Smith.
Keys is actually building on Hasselbrock. Hasselbrock down, it looks like about 2 seconds. Keys taking back those 2 seconds. Continuing to follow Hasselbrock here. Doesn't have a pass for the next about 14 seconds. It looks like he's going to be kept a little bit even here. Wanting a little bit of free space to try and get some lap times back. Looks like Smith is building up. Just trailing Gage Gonzalez right now.
And then Rowdy Burns and Valentine as well.
Burns not quite getting that time on Valentine. Still about a second behind. Smith holding as well as a second behind. Losing a bit of time on this curve right here. Gonzalez being heavier on the throttle. Coffin gaining a bit of time to Corsi, but not nearly enough to try and get himself a pass.
Yeah, so race is just petering along right now. So that rain's definitely caught quite a few drivers out. The two front guys, Hasselbrock and Keys, obviously started on the wets, as you pointed out, Zach. So they're lapping 221.455. A last lap to Hasselbrock and Keys at 221.937. As Chandler has an off there at turn 1. So he
does actually look like Jimmy has the best lap time.
Yeah, so
we'll see if he's able to pull up.
Yeah, let's watch the replay. This is P3 just having an off at turn 1 here. And yeah, it goes around. So that's going to open it up for Felker. We'll go back to live pictures in a second. There we go. So let's go to Felker. So this has opened up the opportunity for Rodney Felker to close up on the rear of Chandler in the Ferrari. So this is closest battle on the circuit, and it is for a podium position right now. We're almost 20 minutes into this one. So the race was petering along a little bit. Tricky conditions caught Chandler out, and now Felker opens up the opportunity for him. He's lapping significantly slower though than Chandler. It was about a second the difference between lap times on that last one around.
It does look like Felker does have a best lap over Chandler, however, so he might be able to pull through, but they're both running, like you said, a second gap.
Yeah.
Keys and Hasselbrock, however, keeping a remarkably close time, only about half a second difference between the two of them.
Yep. And Jimmy in there as well. What's happened to Anthony? He goes around at turn 1 as well. Finds himself in the sand trap. And that was Brown. Almost suffered the same fate. But Anthony gets going back into P15. But Felker, you want to try and just attach himself to the rear wing of the number 11 Ferrari belonging to Chandler. So Rob Chandler in the car. Chris Bozic is the other, is his teammate for today. So they make their way through to the Casio Triangle, climbing all over the strip through there as well with Felker.
Losing some significant time as compared to Chandler. He might need new tires.
I think tyres will be alright. Those wet tyres tend to last a fair while, so
okay. Yeah,
so they should be alright. This is Jimmy. He's the fastest lap of the race, owner right now in the number 69 Branch Blasters Lamborghini. A 2:14.415 is the fastest lap of the race.
That must have been during the greasy.
Yeah. So not necessarily indicative of these conditions. His last lap at 2:21.2. Falker did a 24.5. And just
It does look like Jimmy will be building on Falker. He is actually. We're looking at the pass.
Yep.
We're also looking at a smaller gap between King and Coffin. Not quite as close as between Jimmy and Falker.
Yep, we've got some action on the track. That's the main thing right now.
It's like King might have that pass before Jimmy's able to get to Falker.
Falker runs wide there.
Falker.
Yeah, he ran wide at Degner 1. Let's go have a quick look at how that came about. We'll go to Falker. So this is out of Dunlop. And then, he just ran deep.
Continuing his pursuit.
Yeah, just ran deep at Degner 1. And that opened it up for Jimmy just to walk through as he heads under the bridge and takes that position away. So he moves up into P4. Great start so far for the number 69 Lamborghini. And he'll give chase to Chandler, who's 3 seconds up the road from him. And they're all chasing Hasselbrock.
It does look like he does have chase to him as well. He might even have chase up the T's. The only issue is that 40-second gap.
Yeah, so two closest cars on track right now, Coffin and King. Hasselbrock still leading. He was 9/10 of a second faster on that last lap than Keys. Chandler was significantly slower, but he had that little off, which opened up the opportunity for Falker and Jimmy. It still remains in P3 right now. And then we were monitoring Gonzalez. He's actually 7 seconds adrift of this little battle that we're watching here between King and Coffin. So that rain hopefully will be dissipating sooner rather than later.
Here. It does look like it'll be within the next 20 minutes, which is definitely preferable for these drivers.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll all be very appreciative of some dry conditions.
No other incredibly close gaps, and King just lost his gap to Coffin.
Yeah.
So really just back to an even playing field here.
Yeah, so he's lost.
King's still a second behind.
Yeah, lost a bit of time to Coffin. Valentine had an issue there, I think, at the hairpin. See if we can pick up what happened to him here. We'll have a look at the replay. And, that's a decent hit as well to the number 1 Mercedes. So that was definitely going to require some time in the pits to repair. As we go back to live pictures.
We have a yellow flag from Anthony, who took a turn a little bit too wide and I'm sliding off the field.
Here's King. So back to this battle between Coffin and King.
It does look like they both had about the same previous lap time, so it doesn't look like much passing will be going on. And King overcommitting and losing that gap.
So it looks
a little
like
bit too greedy. Looks like Valentine and Burns, however, are pretty close. Valentine have a 0.7 behind. Burns now 0.8.
a couple of AM drivers. Normally, these two heading down the front straight. So it looks like the two Degners are causing a few issues for drivers out there and into turn 1. But yeah, track officially wet. We're hoping the rain doesn't persist for much longer.
Looking currently at passes personally, and it looks like Jimmy has been able to claim 17 passes, and it looks like Felker has been able to gain 10. Gonzalez with 11 so far, just in this first 25 minutes.
And so Chris Rice just letting us know in the chat, we got so caught out on race start with our Strat in the Ferrari, working on a comeback now. So those guys in the Ferrari, I don't see. It's Chris Rice is in the Porsche with Rowdy Burns.
Yep.
Down in 17th. Right now, he had hashtag Ferrari, so maybe
Mr. Rise, you have Valentine coming up. about 0.8 seconds behind. Valentine trying to push that, but just losing time. Again, braking a bit too late by Valentine. No other significant push happening other on the field, however.
Yeah, not really. So the guys out in front, so Hasselbrock lapping in the 18s now, an 18.475 was his last lap. That was significantly faster than Keys, a 2:19.3, so 9/10 a second the gap. And Williams spinning around. That is onto the front straight. Let's see how that came about.
It does look like Brown is going to.
We'll just watch Williams.
Brown passing up Rustin.
Yeah, we'll just watch Williams here on the replay. Oh, he just got on the grass there ever so slightly. Turn the car around. And he hits the wall. That'll be a little bit of light damage, but still time to spend in the pits. You were talking about Brown. I think
Brown was able to pass Williams. Rustin trying to gain that time back, but still 2.5 seconds behind. Looks like Williams only lost about 7 seconds there, so nothing extreme.
And Williams only, a second off this battle here. This is Valentine again on Burns. So down to 17th and 18th.
Valentine taking this a little heavy on this corner, but having to brake a bit too hard, not quite being able to catch up with Burns. Valentine trying to power through again through that turn, going a bit wide.
They'll continue their battle.
Anthony, a yellow flag from Anthony.
Yep, that was Anthony.
Going barely off the side of the field.
Yeah, that was through Dunlop. Get back to this battle because Katkus is coming through as well in the Honda. So this will make things very interesting. Katkus lapping a lot faster than Valentine right now. About 3 seconds of difference in lap time. Oh,
Valentine might have to surrender that, but Katkus doesn't quite have it. Valentine actually does not surrender. He ends up sliding out.
Yep. So he just got on the grass there into Degner 1. Just caught quite a few drivers out so far in the early stages of this one. We're almost...
Katkus looks to also be gaining time on Burns currently.
Yep, so he just overtook Valentine, so he's lapping about 4 seconds a lap faster than Rowdy Burns, so he will no doubt make his way through very, very shortly. A couple of other battles to keep an eye on. Brown and Williams in 12th and 13th.
If Katkus holds this lap time, he might even be able to pull up 14th, but that'll be next couple of laps, nothing immediate of concern. Katkus 0.3 seconds behind, 0.2.
So he's
looking to pass.
Yeah, he's currently the fastest car on circuit right now, the only car to be lapping in the 17s right now as he pulls out of the draft of Burns. This will be interesting. Sort of brake lights light up there. They're going to go round the... Oh!
And an impact happened.
That was...
Katkus going off the field, losing all that time.
Let's have a look at how that came about.
We'll go on
board with Katkus here. Get it from his perspective. Around the outside. It was always going to be a pretty ambitious move. Go double wide. Oh, and yeah. It looked as awkward as it did from the outside.
It just looks like he's trying to limp back as fast as possible to those pits, knowing he had that fastest time.
Oh dear, have a look at that's a lot of damage.
He's gaining up Valentine as well.
Yeah, so Katkus was the fastest car on the circuit. That's a lot of damage there to the number 84 Honda. And let's see if he does continue on to the pits. He does. And we'll see if that's not his race done. Hopefully not, because it would drop us down to 18 runners. Started with 21. Anthony just running a little bit wide there through Degner 1. Once again, catching another driver out. Reichert. That's at Degner 1 as well. So, having a lot of issues through that part of the circuit. We'll have a look at the replay of Reichert. So he comes out of Dunlop.
My guess is he probably barely nicked the grass, which he did.
No, it looks like he just lost the rears there. The rears almost locked up on him on the entry, and around he went. Brown also had a bit of a mishap there. That's at Spoon Curve, so down in 14th. And then King and Retro Coffin, so they're continuing their battle. Looks like the rain starting to ease off ever so slightly. Doesn't look like that from the onboard with the spray, but I can't hear any rain.
I don't see. I see barely some rain.
Yep.
It's only on part of the track currently. Definitely easing up.
Burns said a puddle dragged him. Okay, so that was Rowdy Burns. Getting some feedback there from Chris Rise as well through the chat. Thank you, Chris. And Valentine on Reichert now as well. Reichert lapping faster than Valentine, who would be carrying a little bit of damage after that off the hairpin. Again, just getting a little bit wobbly into the Casio triangle.
Like you said, King continuing the battle, except for now he does have a better lap time than Coffin.
And Gage Gonzalez has reared up on these guys too. And then Jimmy as well, he is looming large on the back of Chandler.
Each pulling through. Not fully at optimal times, but still gaining that time as compared to King. So it's like we have another pass happening back from Riker with the wreck, trying to pull into pits. Rustin as well, also tailing on Williams.
Where's Rocket? Oh yeah,
a lot
there
of
he is.
action happening now.
Yep,
Looks like Jimmy is only 0.7 behind Chandler.
Yep, so they've got a lot of close battles right now. So Jimmy on Chandler, King and Coffin. Gonzalez, he's just drifted back to a second, the difference between him and King. And then Rustin and Williams as well.
It's like, does look like Jimmy is running a whole second faster than Chandler.
Yeah. Yeah, about 6/10 the difference in lap speeds. No, it was a second, sorry. It was looking at their best times. A whole second a lap faster, Jimmy, on that previous lap.
Might just have him on that next lap there. Gonzalez, King, and Coffin making a really nice gap of about 0.8 seconds in between each one of them. Rustin also gaining on Williams at a 0.7. Jimmy's still holding that about 0.9 second gap. It was 0.7. We'll see what happens after this next turn, right at the hairpin. At hairpin, Jimmy's able to gain half a second, which fades down to 0.6. Back up to 0.5. Gage Gonzalez looks like he's gaining on King as well, to 0.9. Jimmy back to that 0.8 gap time.
Oh, Keys has gone off. So that is our second place sitter right now. That was out of the triangle. Let's see what happened here. Climbed over the curb.
12-second gap between Chandler.
Yeah, and then he's just got on the power, and he's got he just almost touched on the grass. The back end was slipping out, hit the grass. It wasn't as big of a hit as it looked in the beginning.
Yes, it does look like Keys might be able to pull through, only at about a second gap lost between him and Chandler, so hopefully he's able to pull back, but Keys is running out again.
Felker has a big off as well at the 130R. We'll have a quick look at this. He was going backwards when we caught him on the camera as he approaches the
Gage Gonzalez, just side note, Gage Gonzalez having a 0.3 over King. King having a 0.5 to Coffin. Williams also setting up a pass between him and Rustin. Not quite getting there on the hairpin, however.
Yeah, so Accorsi taking...
Yep. About to lap them as well.
So Accorsi takes Felker. Who else do we have? Gonzalez just takes King there, who looked like he ran wide at the final turn. And then we've also got Williams and Rustin. Williams running wide, so plenty of action, and looks like that rain has stopped. Can't see any rain on the screen, can't hear any rain falling, and looks like we are on our way towards some drier conditions at least. Track's still wet though, so it'll stay wet for a while.
Yes. Especially with the heavy cloud cover.
Yeah, air temperature's 33 degrees, so that will hopefully dry it up sooner rather than later. Track temperature's at 36, I think it was at 41 during qualifying and practice. And this is
Riker catching up to Valentine currently.
Yep, and this is Jimmy all over the back of the rear of Chandler. So these guys, the number 69 Lamborghini has had a great start. Qualified P21. Currently finds himself in P4 right now. Brad Lee, the teammate. Yeah, Brad Lee, the teammate of Jimmy. So he'll be jumping in the car shortly. 65-minute stint timers in this race today as well. So maximum driving time of 4 hours for each team. No mandatory pit stop requirements either, so they're free to.
Jimmy pulling through again, just barely tight on that corner. Gage also closing his gap with Coffin, but that's been a battle going on for a while. It does look like he's going to pass it. Jimmy holding a 0.3 gap now. See if he's able to make it on this next turn. Does look like Jimmy's still about half a second faster than Chandler, but Chandler with skillful defense, of course, especially because he's in third place. Jimmy might be able to take him on the straight. Not quite.
So we'll see. This battle will continue on. Monitor track conditions, 37 degrees track temperature, 33 degrees air temperature. It's going to be now the timing to time that pit stop. So the 65-minute window does make it a little bit tricky because you want to maximise your driver's stint time. So that's still half an hour away. By then, track conditions will be nice, and there doesn't look like there's any weather on the way. So that's not going to cause too much havoc in terms of pit stop strategies.
Also, just side note, he is holding his position in second even after that impact. But instead of a 10-second gap to Hasselbrock, he now has a 20-second.
And Hasselbrock
flourishing.
Oh, and Hasselbrock on that last lap there as well, set the fastest lap of the race at 2:13.447.
Absolutely incredible special weather.
Still 13 seconds off.
And he set another, I think, does look like he set another best time.
And Gonzalez
gets
the job done as well on Retro Coffin. Let's have a look at that. That's into the
finally does.
one. Yep.
It was an incredible battle between the two. Looks like Jimmy is back down to a 0.2-second gap.
And then Gonzalez just able to slip through on the entry.
Coffin, however, still holding about 0.8 seconds behind Gonzalez, so we might have another opportunity to pass. Jimmy dropping from 0.2 to 0.4-second gap. Not quite able to make that pass. Looks like he was a bit locked off.
And so
it's really the closest battle on the lap. Coffin losing about a second now to Gonzalez on that last gap. Jimmy trying to pull through, almost did. Does look like also the sun is coming out.
Yeah, I was going to say the conditions right now. It's 5:44 in game time. The rain looks like it's cleared for now, and we're going to see some sunshine as well. And we've obviously got a setting sun, and we're getting some stunning pictures right now with part of the track bathed in some orange sunlight, looking very, very pleasant indeed out there. So
track cinematic.
Yeah, looking awesome. We'll make for some good photos later on.
Does look like Chandler is a bit on the edge of the track as compared to Jimmy. Jimmy staying more center and out of the puddles.
And a bit of a dry line starting to form now too. That we'll start to see. That's Rowdy Burns up ahead in the Porsche. So
Jimmy now 0.3. Actually, no, Jimmy is slower on his last lap than Chandler was, probably because of Chandler's expert defense, but it does look like they're side by side.
Yeah, Burns just was getting out, doing his best to get out of the way there. In doing so, just got a little bit in the way, but that's just what happens.
It's all right.
Yeah, it's just what happens when you're coming up on some lap traffic. Never easy to be a lap car getting out of the way, but Jimmy all over the back of Chandler right now, looking like he's much more comfortable in these conditions than the Ferrari.
It does look like Gage did lose a bit of time, often making back his time. Gage taking that turn a little bit wide. I know Jimmy and Chandler tied up.
Oh, Chandler
and
just
Jimmy just taking it.
Yeah. Chandler just pulled out of that a little bit earlier. And
Probably hoping to take the inside on that corner, but not quite having it over Jimmy.
well, we saw
Now.
yeah, well, we saw Katkus, and I think it might have been Burns. It was one of the Porsches have an incident there, and we are down to 18. So I think Katkus was a pit.
Does
and
look
quit.
like he dropped. Yes.
Yep. Some more people in the chat. Eric Gottsacker cheering on Hasselbrock. Shu Chan. Carbonado, my daddy is in the race. Oh, well, let us know who your dad is. And we'll see if we can get him up on screen.
That's right, son, apparently. Gage Gonzalez holding another lap time right up to Felker. 0.3 seconds. He might be able to take it over this Mercedes. Gage trying to pull through on Felker. But Gage is able to get out from right behind Felker. Which he is. Felker overcommits just a bit on that corner. Gage able to take the outside. A little bit of a tap happening there, but nothing extreme happening. Gage taking that inside corner, getting the power on, and now taking the outside for the pass.
And Retro Coffin will want to get in on this action as well.
Ah, the comment is with Louis.
Ah, yeah, right.
He's on Hasselbrock's team.
Beautiful. So we'll see him in the car not too far away. 65-minute stint timer. So in the next...
Coffin building up again on Felker. Felker building up on Gonzalez. Coffin definitely having that closer outlook.
The sun right in the eyes there of Retro Coffin. They come out of the hairpin. Follows in through Spoon. So this is a...
Looks like Riker might be building up past Valentine at the end of our podium here.
Yeah, they're down there at...
Coffin losing his gap to Felker. All of them trying to stay in as dry areas as possible. You can definitely see where the racing line is on this track.
Track temperature's going to 37 degrees now as well. Air temperature 34. Track's still
Definitely
wet
drying
though.
up.
Yeah, track's still wet, considered wet. We'll see if it does change, but that dry line's starting to become more and more apparent. Still getting plenty of spray off the rear of the cars though, so it might take a little while. As Felker going defensive up the front straight. Coffin following him everywhere he goes. Heading down into turn one, and that beautiful...
Coffin taking back that time on turn one, definitely closing that gap out. Slightly later braking, it looks as though.
Yeah, and Hasselbrock is just continuing to ramp up with the conditions of the circuit. So he's just gone another fastest lap of the race at 2:11, 5.67.
Absolutely wonderful performance.
Yeah.
Jimmy having a .762, so just barely behind Hasselbrock with a 40-second difference, 50-second difference. Might not be completely off. Also, Keys keeping his place in second place.
So the only two drivers in the 211s right now, Hasselbrock.
210 from
7.
2.7.
210.7. Yeah. So Hasselbrock on fire right now. So Lamborghini 1, 2, 3. With the Ferrari in there in fourth as well. So Lamborghini's loving these conditions, loving this circuit.
Absolutely top three. And then we have them spread out through the bottom there, notably Rustins, Williams, and King. Jimmy just holding that time, but not quite able to hold that time to Keys. Losing a bit of time to him. Looks like Coffin also has that gap to Felker again. See if he's able to actually utilize it this time. He did lose time on a turn over committing.
Just across to Reichert and Valentine, they continue to battle it out down there in 16th and 17th. Both these cars have had their fair bit of action already going through the center S's. A little bit of contact. Nothing to extreme. Duck back to Coffin and Falker in a moment, as Gage Gonzalez just goes the fastest lap of the race. 2:10. Williams coming unstuck at the hairpin. Let's just see what happened there as he comes out of Degner 2. And he's just over brake. Yeah, he just hit the inside curve there and ran wide. Didn't make contact with anything, kept it facing the right way. Lost a position to Brown by the looks of things, but he's back up and running. Flip across to another Porsche, Falker and Falker and Coffin, sorry. So Gage Gonzalez at 2:10.447, fastest lap of the race. Track starting to fasten up, speed up right now. Still classified as wet though. 5:52 in game time. Air temperature 34 degrees. So, and the weather conditions were expected to be on the warmer side, and that they are right now, with some early rain right at the beginning of the race. But drivers seeming to sort of acclimatising to the conditions. And we're watching Falker and Coffin in 7th and 8th right now.
They've been back to back with each other very consistently.
Yeah. Oh, Falker. Yep.
They also moved down the line, and Reichert and Valentine back on each other as well.
So Falker last lap around 2:12.1. He was a 10th faster than Retro Coffin on that last lap as well. And Coffin did a 2:12.235. So 10th slower to Retro. So these two drivers very evenly matched. 13 and a half minutes away from completing the first hour, so we'll be at the quarter way mark of this 4-hour enduro. And fair to say,
Riker and Coffin are holding just absolutely steady. Riker being able to gain a little bit more of that time, even with the damaged front. You were saying?
I was going to say the rain certainly threw a variable into everything and caught a lot of drivers out. Yeah, Hasselbrock and Keys started on the wets, as you pointed out, Zach. So they're able to take advantage, given that gives a reason why they've got such a massive lead right now, as we're having a look at Reichert and Valentine.
Reichert going through on the inside of Valentine, but Valentine being able to hold more of that velocity on the outside. Often almost pulling through to Felker, tying up on the inside.
Oh, and here we go. Yep.
Really might just have some impact. Coffin pushed off by Felker, losing back to that time. He's going to have to regain that.
Let's just
Looks
see.
like Felker nicked the grass just a bit.
Let's see what happened as he's making the move. So he got it almost done. Then Felker up the inside into Degner 1. Retro had to run a little bit wide through there, and that's why he still remains in P8, tucked behind Felker. Now, I was having a look at Jimmy as well, so he's got some lap traffic here between Reichert and Valentine. They've got their own little private battle going on, and Valentine ducks into the pits, and Reichert should let Jimmy pass, and he does, and that's worked out. That was best case scenario for the number 69 Lamborghini.
Oh, entirely.
Yep, currently in P3 right now. As Retro still has the window wiper going, although not really any. Yeah, maybe he's just that focused and doesn't even notice that it's going.
Doesn't have to particularly worry about it.
And of course he is in the pits as well, so that's well within the stint timer. So perhaps had an issue or just part of the strategy. As we flick back to Coffin and Felker, continue to duke it out. Williams
again losing time, however.
And Williams having
Looks
another.
like we got a yellow flag from Williams just a few seconds ago.
That was Williams just having an off at the hairpin. He's already had a couple offs through there already, so
for the top three all have a 20-second gap in between each other, so nothing that incredibly intense for the top three, but they're all having some of the best lap times on the field. Gage actually setting the new best lap time as a 2:09.4. Hasbrook lagging a bit behind on that at 2:10.6. Just set a new lap time.
And track's gone to damp as well, so hence some faster lap times will start to filter through. Gage Gonzalez, as you pointed out, one of them 2:09.4, fastest lap of the race. Track temperature now 38 degrees, so it has risen. Air temperature has remained the same. Track's gone to damp, and a pretty clear dry line has started to form, and we should see time start to speed up quite significantly over the next sort of 10 minutes or so as the track will continue to evolve.
We are seeing that from Rustin Bottini.
Yep.
Batoni, that's it. Smith, King, Chandler, all are improving on their lap times currently.
Rodney Falker's got the windscreen wipers on as well. Just turned them off. Oh no, he's still got them on. That's Rowdy Burns, I think, just ahead of him in the Porsche. Where did Falker start? Falker started P15, so 15th on the grid at the beginning of this one. He's moved himself up into P6. So having a good race.
Jimmy now at 18 passes. Gonzalez at 15. Another notable riser being Williams and Felker.
And the top two have only just swapped positions, so Key started in pole and Hasselbrock in P2. They've swapped positions still in the early stages of this one, although we're almost an hour into it, quarter-way mark. Gonzalez, that is a lapped car. I think that's Cubbage in the Noobs Are Us McLaren. Yep, it is.
It is.
So Gonzalez able to slip through. Anthony coming out of the pit, so is Reichert. Valentine received a stop-go penalty as well for speeding in the pit lane, so unfortunately for him, he just got on that throttle a little bit too early, and that's cost him a stop-and-go penalty for 30 seconds. Now, the reason we're seeing a lot of these drivers making their pit stops now is the track is at damp, so stint timer...
Might be able to switch tires.
Yeah, so stint timer is still about 12 and a half minutes away. So this is going to be very tricky conditions. Track's going to greasy, so it's continuing to get drier and drier, and this is going to cause a little bit of an issue in terms of you want to maximise your driver's stint of 65 minutes, and they're might not be able to do that in terms of these conditions may not allow it. There's no more weather on the way for at least the next half an hour. So as the track gets drier, those wet tyres are going to become less effective, which will mean that they might not be able to get to the stint timer. And I think that's what a lot of these drivers have decided, is that they will make a pit stop now and then hopefully be able to work it out later on as Jared King makes his pit stop. So he ducks into the pits to complete the stop. So he's one of the drivers who said, no, we're not going to wait for the full stint. We will make our stop now as Reichert and Smith. So these are the two closest cars on the circuit. Very, very spread out. 18 runners down from 21 to begin with. We had a pretty big accident the opening lap, especially with the wet conditions. You can see the dry line there. Totally very, very obvious now on there. It's going to be really interesting to see. We'll monitor lap times of the drivers that have made their stop compared to the guys out in front. Hasselbrock continues to lap in the 2:10s, as
He's
does...
just absolutely continuing through everything he's been presented with.
Yep, and here we go, Hasselbrock making his way into the pit. So he's decided the conditions at the stage where they can change. So let's see what Keys does here. He's still got his window wiper working away furiously, and he's making a pit stop as well. So he's coming into the pits. What about, let's see what Jimmy will do. He's coming through the 130R now. 210s. Gage Gonzalez at 28222. 208.
Definitely a nice dry area on the track where the racing line is. So as long as drivers stick to the racing line, it looks like they might be able to pull through. Jimmy continuing, probably hoping to close that 20-second gap that he had there, taking first.
Here's Gonzalez. Let's see what he does. And Gonzalez is going to pit. All right, so Jimmy taking the contrarian approach here. He's our new race leader. Benura is now in the car, Louis. And I think we'll have a change of driver at, so let's see, Keys. Liam Curran. And then we'll see if Bosick gets in the car in the number 11 Ferrari.
Looks like the closest gap currently is going to be Smith and Reichert. These look like Tony is caught up between the two of them in 7th place.
Gonzalez in the
Panura pulling through. Who's he driving for? He's driving for Hasselbrock, so Louis is going to be coming in right now.
Yep, so Louis made, so he's new into the car. Hour, and then looks like Chandler, they didn't do a driver swap. Oh,
you said the time was 65 for that, correct?
Yeah, I'm just having a look here. Yeah, 65 minutes.
Yeah, it looks like they only have about 10 minutes left to go, so that's another compromised pit time, it looks like.
So Jimmy,
looks like we might be losing about 30 seconds there, which would be enough to put him back into 3rd place.
So let's see what the lap time is from Jimmy here. He was lapping in the 209s, the 209.905, so 210 slower than his previous lap. So still pretty decent. And then Louis now in the number 37 Lamborghini. His lap time here is a 2:17. So we'll monitor that. We'll see how he goes. And then also Gage Gonzalez will give us a pretty good indication as well of what the sort of times are and what the crossover time is going to be for unlike Jimmy. So I've got a feeling Jimmy's going to try and stretch this out. I think he's pretty set on going all the way through the 65 minutes.
Does looks to be so.
And Chandler might be the same as well. So he's set to make a stop in the number 11 Ferrari. And what have they got from right now? They've got 7 minutes to go before the 65-minute timer
Feels like
is
every other car has done a driver swap. So now we only have Felker, who is only himself, who's currently also in pits. Chandler and Jimmy have not made their swaps. They're going to have to.
And we've got Smith in the Porsche, John Smith, so he's new in the car. He took over for Devon Anthony in the number 664 Porsche. So J&D Racing, I would assume for John and Devon Racing. Devon in 15th, closest cars out on circuit right now as Rodney Felker makes his way into the pits. This is Benara though, this is for the podium right here, this is the P2. And we see another battle here going side by side almost to
look like he was able to take that pass.
Yeah, he was able to get that done without too much drama. So Benara,
absolutely wonderful moves from him.
Let's see what Chandler does here if he does decide to pit so close to the pit timer now. I think he's just going to continue on. No, he comes in now. All right, so stretched it out as far as he could, and so did Jimmy too. So race leader in the pits right now. Wait to see him stop, and then we'll keep an eye on Keys and Bertoni, who's gone to 206.805, fastest lap of the race. Track is now green, so continuing to evolve. And here comes Keys.
Hammering through it.
Yeah. So it looks like Keys is going to take the lead of this race. Having a look at pit stop times, 1:05. Seems like the par score right now for pit stop. So Jimmy's still in there. So Louis Bonara is going to be the leader of the race. Lucas Keys in P2. What about Tony? So we've got Brad Lee in the car in the number 69 Lamborghini. He's in there now. He's up and away. Well, that was a pretty quick lap. So that was a pretty quick stop. 1:03. So great stop from the number 69 Lamborghini. Jimmy getting out, Bradley getting in. And now Bertoni, that's Reichert there. And Gonzalez just tucked in behind, who just did a fastest lap of the race at 2:03.630. So we should expect to see those times continue to fall. Starting to get a lot closer to our qualifying times of a 2-minute flat, 0.707 was the fastest lap in qualifying from Hasselbrock.
Got a 2:03 on the board with a 2:04. Benora's going to have to cut his lap time down either this lap or the next one, because that gap between him and Keys has definitely narrowed.
Yeah,
Same thing with Brad Lee and Keys.
Yep, so Keys 30 seconds adrift of Benora, but Benora did a 2:07.287. Keys did a 2:04.967 on that last lap, so a couple of seconds the difference in pace. And then you've got Gonzalez here as well, fastest car on the track, chasing down
Gage
Bertoni.
is not currently in first, but he does have the fastest lap.
Yep, so he's hunting down Bertoni in the 111 Aston Martin. He's still got his window wipers on as well.
Also note for Gage Gonzalez, he started in P21 and he's been able to build up to 5th place.
So we'll continue to monitor this battle as we've gone the quarter-way mark. So an hour down, 3 more to go. Bloody OCE, Gage isn't first. That is correct. He's doing pretty well though. He started in P21. Currently finds himself in P5 after pit stops have all washed out. Oh, and he runs a little bit deep there at 130R.
Not losing that 0.3 second gap all the way down to 1 second. Hopefully he's able to maintain his 2:04, maybe even 2:05 after that.
We'll see what it comes out as. Bertoni does a 2:05.402.
2:04 from Gonzalez.
Yep. So almost a second faster on that previous lap, despite the little off at the 130R. So these are the two closest cars on track. Now the gap between Bonara and Keys is at 29.9 seconds, or about 30 seconds. And last lap from Bonara was a 2:07.1. Keys did a 2:04.6. So we'll monitor that battle very, very closely. In the meantime, we're going to watch Gonzalez. I hear a car going off. That looked like it was Williams in the number 24 Lamborghini. So he falls off the circuit at Dunlop. While these two continue the battle, you can see the flames belching from the rear of that McLaren belonging to Gage Gonzalez, looming large now in the rear mirrors of the 111 Aston Martin at the hairpin. Ooh, gets a bit of oversteer there. Out of it on the exit. Patience required from Gonzalez. Was lapping significantly faster, taking a tighter line there on the exit of Spoon. Going to wind it up now down the back straight, trying to tuck in to the slipstream. The Aston didn't reach 6th gear there, stayed in 5th. Bertoni going defensive into the Casio triangle. That'll compromise his exit. That'll open up the opportunity for Gonzalez. If he can get a good run out of the final turn, we'll get a little bit of a tow here. Bertoni. Yeah, Bertoni goes defensive. And Gonzalez is going to have to go around the outside. Definitely can be done at turn 1. Going to try and cut back.
Trying to shift it inside. Having to cut back just a little bit there.
This is a great battle we've got going on right now. This is for 4th and 5th. That last lap at 2:04.492 compared to a 2:05.140 to Bertoni. So Gonzalez has the pace advantage, crawling all over the back of the rear of the Aston Martin. Made a little bit of contact there. Bertoni pulled out of it. And I think he's decided that's enough for him. He'll back out of that battle and let Gonzalez continue on. Just in terms of the gap out in front, so Benora and Keys. Benora lapped at 2:05.422 on that previous lap. Keys was at 2:04.385, so a second of difference in pace between Keys and Benora right there in P1 and P2. While this man here, Gonzalez, continues to lap the fastest of all.
But the gap still is staying steady between the two of them, however. Gage still holding also fastest lap. And Riker, 0.9 seconds behind Smith. Still holding with that nose damage.
And so now Gonzalez is 6.6 seconds down the road from Brad Lee, who's just fresh in the car after Jimmy did the first stint. So 2:07.1 was Lee's previous time. 2:04.4 was Gonzalez. So we'd expect him to start to loom large in the rearview mirror of Brad Lee in probably the next 2 or 3 laps, I would say, judging on that pace. And we'll just monitor the situation out in front between Benora and
looking
Keys.
at Reichert and Smith, but there's not much going on there anymore.
Yeah, not a lot of on-track action happening.
Not yet.
Yeah, right now. We had a nice little spurt of it, but yeah, these are the two closest cars on the circuit, Smith and Reichert. Smith just did a 2:06.380, Reichert did a 2:06.1. So 8 tenths the difference between those two in 13th and 14th. And yeah, we're in another holding pattern, and it looks like there's going to be more rain on the way. So track right now is at green. Track temperature is 37.
30 minutes.
Yep, 34 degrees air temperature. 6:14 in-game time.
Does look like our lap times will be taken down then. Hopefully, Benora, Keys, or Lee have swapped to wet or something along those lines already.
Well, and that's going to play havoc once again with the stint timers as well. So I imagine we will eventually get to the point where guys are going to be eking out stints to try and get I think the aim is to get the fastest driver in the car with 65 minutes left. That's basically what they're all aiming towards right now. So whether they're a little bit shorter on stint timers in the beginning, not too impactful, but as the race goes on and we get into that last 65 minutes, then that's when it's going to really matter the most. And that's for the cars with two drivers, which there are sorry, my apologies, which there are quite a few of. Single car drivers, Valentine, Williams, Ruston, Falca, Coffin, Gonzalez. They don't need to worry about it. They're all good. So the rest of the teams, though, that is what they will be concentrating on. And they'll just want to try and take advantage of these dry conditions while we've got them, because rain is on the way once again.
Yes.
And I saw that last lap, Keys lap 1.5
trying
seconds
to
faster.
grab as much time as possible on Lee. Down to a 2-second gap, might close to 1.9 in a few seconds, which it did. Coming around that corner nice and sharp, closing to 1.8. Gage definitely making up time on these corners here. Riker and Smith having a notable battle in 14th and 13th. Gage Gonzalez closing from 2 seconds all the way down to 1.2. Our Felker experiencing yellow flag, but that just for being caught a little bit off field. Gage trying to gain time on these corners here, which he is, using just as much of the track as he can while it is still green. Down to a 1.9 second gap. Riker at a 0.3 second gap, 0.4, trying to gain on this Porsche. Smith defending as much as possible, but it doesn't look like he'll be able to defend Riker passing right now, right on the outside. Will he be able to keep it on the inside, which he will. Riker securing 13th place for himself. Gage bringing it down to a 0.7 second gap, really putting it at Brad. Incredibly after Jimmy, who was swapped in for Brad was swapped in for Jimmy. So Gage taking this place now is definitely going to hurt later on if he's able to sustain it. 0.1 from Gage. Going in for a sharp turn. Gage looking to pass on this one, breaking a bit early, not quite getting it around Brad. In more optimal race line, they're almost sliding a bit. Gage just taking it straight now. He's able to get more straight line approach right off that corner and taking the place. Brad definitely going to want to be aggressive to see if he can try and get that back. Still only a 0.2 second gap between the two. And Brad will definitely be fighting for that. Coming down from 0.2 to 0.6, however. 0.5.
Yeah, so Bradley might find himself in a bit of a struggle to get back there. His last lap time was a 2:06.670, 2:04 to Gonzalez. So 2.6 seconds the difference between Gonzalez and Lee in lap times. So Bradley might just be happy to tuck in, see if he can follow Gonzalez for a little while. He will want to try and keep Bertoni behind him. So the difference is 6.5 seconds. Bertoni lapping 0.2 of a second faster on that last lap on Bradley. So I think that will be what he'll be.
He might be able to make the time.
Yeah, he'll be. I think he'll be focusing on just keeping Bertoni behind him and keeping that number 69 in the top 5 of the standings right now. I think is the big focus for the Ranch Blasters or Ranch Team or whatever they call it. As you can see, Gage Gonzalez, he hates Ranch. Yeah, so we're looking good right now. The gap between Benora and Keys has dropped to 23.7 seconds.
Vasquez and Vincent also setting best lap times.
Vasquez and Vincent, Sean Vincent down there in 10th.
Vincent being who was host Smith.
Yep.
And Marco or Vincio being Brown. Chris Rye's also back on the field.
Down there in 16th position. Gonzalez up to 2:04 flat that last lap. So Benora and Keys just over 24 seconds the gap, 24.5 between those two, and 1.8 seconds a lap faster was the last one around advantage Keys over Benora. So we'll keep an eye on that. And then the other one
is the heads up. Smith has a 0.4 between Riker.
Yep. I think the other one we'll keep an eye on too is pretty big difference in lap time.
Vasquez sliding out, yellow flag if you want to go check out what just happened. Number 17.
Yeah, we'll go to the replay.
Porsche 88.
Go to the replay on that one. This is just at Spoon.
Just as a side note, Smith pulling through 0.4 gap between him and Riker right now. So just a bit of a loss from traction back there on that turn.
Yeah, just the back end stepping out at Spoon. It's a pretty common occurrence around through there. Back to Smith and Riker. Riker's been in a lot of battles so far in this race. Bloody OCE, I feel gutted for not signing up for this. We had a very, very healthy entry list. I think over 55 drivers signed up for it, which is a phenomenal effort. 18 cars still running, started with 21. And we're watching Smith and Riker in 13th and 14th. Fastest lap of the race. as the previous one, Gage Gonzalez, a 2:03.135. These conditions won't last. More rain forecast within the next 30 minutes. Seen rain already. And yeah, the gap between Retro Coffin and Bertoni last lap, 1.2 seconds faster was Coffin over Bertoni. So it's 5.5 seconds the gap between those two. So the next 4 or 5 laps, should expect to see Retro Coffin battling it out with the 111 Aston Martin, which has had a really good run. So Bertoni started 5th, currently sits 5th. Coffin started 4th, dropped down to 6th. And then some obviously other larger rises through the field. Gonzalez started 20th, he's in 3rd position. Bradley started 21st, he's in 4th. Falk started 15th, is in 9th. Who else?
Gonzalez also notably still holding that best time, being able to cut it down and being incredibly consistent by only about a 0.3 second variation.
Yeah, so he's got some pretty hot pace right now. Still 28 seconds off Lucas Keys at this stage, so still a fair bit of work required for him to get onto the back of the number 10 Lamborghini. Track's still at green. Oh, that's Smith going off there through the center S's. That was
probably getting frustrated and just trying to be a bit too aggressive because they've been battling for so long at this point.
He might have lost a little bit of downforce as well. Oh, he's hitting the wall at Dunlop. Oh, and again. It's a bit of insult to injury there. Yeah. So a rough few corners there for John Smith in the 664 Porsche.
Smith getting passed up by Williams. Smith lowered back at 15. He might need repairs on his front left side.
Yeah, he had a fair bit of damage to repair. He clouded into the wall a few times. So this is what we're monitoring. 1.6 seconds was the gap in lap pace. A 2:04.3 Coffin did on that previous lap compared to a 2:05.977 to Bertoni. So he's starting to catch him.
Gage Gonzalez actually yellow flagging, trying to pass Weston.
Yeah. Let's see what happened there. Yeah, so he had the Lamborghini in front of him. Into the triangle. Goes around the outside, just touched on the grass, and that's not the worst result there for Gonzalez. That will hurt his campaign to try and get back with Lucas Keys, so that gives him a bit of a break there. Still 30 seconds the gap, so still plenty of gap time between those two.
Incredible stuff.
Yeah. And then
the top 3 have just held just incredible amounts of gap in between them, especially with Benora just taking that initial wet tire move. Gonzalez trying to make another pass here, which he now does successfully behind that Lamborghini.
Just to answer the question in the chat, what time is Gage's purple lap? It's a 2:03.135. The fastest lap in qualifying that took pole position was
closest behind him would be Keys at 2:03.7.
Yep. So fastest lap in qualifying was a 2:07.07. Just as a bit of a comparison there in terms of pace right now, as we're approaching an hour and 20 minutes into this one. And Benora as well, holding some pretty steady lap times as well. In the 2:04.727 was his previous lap. And Williams receives a drive-through penalty. So we do have live stewarding. So I would say that would probably be for the incident with Gage Gonzalez. He did get a little bit in the way there of Gage, and live stewarding has decided that they will penalise him with a drive-through penalty, so he'll have to serve that in the next 3 laps. No,
yes. Wasn't qualifying that.
It was a
2:03 just got set again by Gonzalez.
Yeah, he's flying at the moment. Track's still at green, so it hasn't progressed to fast yet.
Notably, Keys is running a 2:04, so Gage is taking about a second to Keys each lap, but it's still 28 seconds.
Yeah, so that might all be cancelled out when the rain gets here as well, which is approaching. The track
especially depending on when they pit.
Yeah. So
I have a feeling Gage is probably going to be one of the first to pit here.
And Williams looks like he just got a drive-through a penalty as well for track limits as well. So he had that penalty already, I think, for the incident with Gonzalez, and then he's received another one. So that's a double shot for him. Unfortunately, that's going to really have a massive effect on his race. He's down in 14th, but that's going to be hard to come back from. Coffin, the reason I've got him on screen, he's lapping 1.2 seconds faster than Bertoni. So Bertoni in the 111 Aston Martin last lap around did a 2:05.770. Coffin did a 2:04.5. So 2.7 seconds faster in fact.
The same situation occurring between Cubbage and Vincent. That is a 3-second lap difference. Excuse me.
Yep, so those two battles are going to start to heat up very, very shortly. Track's starting to get, conditions starting to get darker now. 6:28 in game time. You can see Coffin there lurking in the background. So we'll see if that applies any more pressure to Bertoni in the Aston Martin as he blasts through the 130R. Getting up on the curbing there on the exit. Track has gone to fast now. Air temperature 33, track temperature 35. And it looks like the forecast may have changed as well. So it looks like rain has disappeared off the radar for now. And we're going to have some dry conditions to keep going here, which is going to be really good. We'll see if it gets to optimum sooner or later, as the sun has definitely set and darkness will start to take over. And that's going to be a whole new ball game, you know, when the lighting changes. Smith and Williams.
Oh, 100%. Especially if we get nighttime and wet, which might actually be coming up, especially with the heated sun.
Let's just have a look at Williams and Smith here at the Casio Triangle. Oh, Smith just got upset there, the rear of the car, and then Smith just slow motion collides with him there. So unfortunately for Smith, his race is going from bad to worse, and there he is in the pits. So back to this battle here, and Bertoni is also catching Brad Lee too. So 4th, 5th and 6th, Brad Lee, Bertoni and Coffin are all catching each other, and Gonzalez though is got a 14.3 second gap between these three cars here. So he'll be focusing eyes ahead. 2:03.7 was his previous lap, so the only driver to be circulating in the 2:03s. But this is going to start to form a nice little three-way battle between Bradley, Bertoni and Coffin, and then the other one that you pointed out, Zach. I think it was it
Vincent and Cubbage.
Yeah. Cubbage lapped a 2:06.587 compared to a 2:07.3 from Vincent. So those two will start to close up very, very shortly. But we can see Retro Coffin right now. He's got Bertoni in his sights.
Very well within his sights as well. 1.3 second gap.
And that can just being visible in the rearview mirror of the car that you're chasing can just be a form of pressure as well. And the weather forecast has changed once again. This track quite synonymous with some wild weather. We've had typhoons come through here in real life in the past, and plenty of weather affected races around this circuit, and it looks like 10 minutes away we could possibly see rain. So the forecast changing.
Coffin narrowing down notably down to 0.9. Yeah, if we have that rain in the next 10 minutes, that's going to be definite break apart, because you could probably make it through the rain if you play it right. on your dry tires, especially if it's only about 10 to 5 minutes, but probably best to switch over.
Yeah, I think it's going to will be dependent on how long it's going to last for, which is, how long's a piece of string, right? But
yep.
So we'll just have to, they're just going to have to play it by ear right now. But in the meantime, Coffin, well under a second now, the gap between him and Bertoni. So this has been building for quite a few laps now, and they're both catching Brad Lee. So they're both lapping significantly faster than the number 69 Lamborghini, as darkness starting to take over. Track at fast, 34 degrees track temperature, 33 degrees air.
Now we'll see if what Commodus Toffin is able to do. Going over to coverage really quick personally, and we have a 0.9 gap on Vincent, currently making it up on...
But sorry to cut you off there, but Tony almost lost the rear of that
Aston. Holding on, getting a better apex as well, down at 0.3 gap.
There's Bradley in the foreground as well, so his pace right now is not going to be enough to keep these two behind. So as these two cars are these two cars are battling it out and coming through on Bradley, it's going to be very, very interesting little.
Might be a good move. Just commenting on Bradley, might be a good move to swap Jimmy in, but it'd be a little bit too early for that.
Yeah, I think so. It's how long is he into his stint now? Just having a quick look.
Does look like Bradley is driving a 206, which means he might riskily drop down to a Bossage or a King.
Yeah. So Bradley's not even halfway through his stint timer at the moment. So they could possibly even wait for the rain. We'll have to wait and see. But in the meantime, though, Retro Coffin. Oh, Vincent's got a yellow flag. Oh no, he's had a big hit there. Let's see if we can just catch a replay of that, of Vincent, what happened. I'll get back to that action between Coffin and Bertoni in a moment. Oh, and he's just lost the back end. Oh, out of spoon and hit the wall. And that's where he's wound up. Unfortunately, that's big damage to the McLaren as we go back to live action between Retro Coffin and Bertoni.
Wonderful gap in between these guys. Thoroughly enjoying it.
Yeah, this is good stuff from Retro. He races in the championship. Oh, Louis! What happened, Louis? Oh, that is at the top of the center S's. So our race leader.
That gap. Louis is going to have to make that back. We're down to a 10-second gap. 8-second.
Let's see what happened. Oh, he just lost the back end.
Come through.
And then he caught it, and then he lost it again. So might have just overheated the tires a little bit. Oh, he's lucky not to get caught up there as well.
At 6 point. Louis holding, but not holding well enough.
And this is Bertoni.
Probably going to have to pit.
Yeah, Bertoni and Coffin get through on Bradley as well. Have a quick look at how that all came about. So Bertoni going around the outside, Coffin and Bradley just pulling over to the hard right of the track to let these guys through. So they both take that position. So Bertoni moves into 4th, Retro Coffin 5th, and Bradley in the number 69 Lamborghini, he drops down into P6 as we go back to live pitches. And we're watching Retro Coffin hunt down the 111 Aston Martin, as he has done for quite a number of laps now. In 4th and 5th, these two drivers find themselves. And so Sean Vincent, after making up a lot of ground on coverage, that gap is now at 18.7 seconds, and he's going to need a pit after the amount of damage that we saw coming out of Spoon.
Quick note, Coffin is gaining on Bertoni at a 0.3 currently.
Yeah, he's all over the back of him right now. He's moved. Actually, he's making a move.
Actually, it's 1 second, and looks like we might have a pass coming soon.
Yeah. Coffin going to go around the outside. He'll have the inside line for Spoon. Can't quite get up beside him. Doesn't go any later on the brakes. Oh, Bertoni runs a little bit wide. Coffin just backed out of it momentarily and then got back going again. So Retro Coffin takes away P4. He's one of the single drivers in the race. It's a nice move from Retro Coffin Bertoni, just running a little bit wide there on the exit of Spoon, and that was enough for Retro to slip through and take away P4.
We have Rustin gaining up to Vincent just in the rear of the pack here at 11th and 12th. Bertoni still half a second behind Coffin.
Yeah, so he'll try and fight back.
Rustin's detaining at a half a second, 0.4 of a second behind Vincent. Vincent's going to have to defend here. And Rustin taking that place.
Oh, so I've just been informed there is no live stewarding. So my apologies for that as Rustin makes the move on Vincent. And then Bertoni.
Bertoni's still holding that 0.6 second gap.
So Louis Benora, that was a 2:17 last lap around. That means Lucas Keys is only 4.5 seconds behind him. That's not Benora in front there. That's one of the Porsches.
Looks like he's also might be able to catch up to him because Benora is not running a great lap time. He definitely lost some lap time.
That was Vasquez Barrantes. So let's see what happened here. So he had Lucas Keys behind him, and has he gone a little bit too far offline? Possibly. And yeah, he has, and then he's lost the back end through Spoon. Not through Spoon, through the 130R, and he's all good. So he'll get going again.
Bertoni lost a lot of time to Coffin. Bertoni still stably now in 5th, trying to gain back time on these corners, but not quite being able to get there.
Yeah, and 7.5 tenths of a second slower on that previous lap. So Retro Coffin cemented P4 right now. He's 27 seconds
Gage
down the
setting
road.
a new best lap time at 2:03.022.
Yep, he's flying right now. Only driver in the 3s. Still don't see any weather right now. It says that it is imminent. Keep a very, very close eye on that. Having a look at some driver stints. So we're about the halfway mark. Bertoni's 42 minutes into his stint. Valentine's 42 minutes.
Stints. Looks about the average to be 40 to 35.
Yeah. That looks about right from here. Track's still at fast, 33 degrees track temperature, so it has dropped. I think it got up to about 38 there at one stage. Air temperature has dropped as well, 32. And Lucas Keys.
King looks to be gaining time.
Yeah, so he was about a second faster than Bozic in the number 11 Ferrari. But this is the race out in front right now. Lucas Keys making up ground on Louis Benora, who did a 2:06. Yeah.
No, it looks like it might be pronounced Bozic.
Yeah.
Slavic. I personally have Slavic roots. It's one of those like little notes.
Falca into the pits as well. What was the stint timer on that? 33.5 minutes. Right. I reckon Rodney Falca's going for a sneaky put the wet tyres on right now. I think we got rain falling. It looks like we do. Yep. So that's perfect timing from Rodney Falca. He's timed that. Yeah.
Just game in a couple places right there.
Timed that to perfection. And this is the lead out in front. Now these two guys.
There is a large gap between them.
Yeah, now Louis Benora as well. I don't think he was in the car in the initial stages of when the race was wet. So he doesn't have experience out there with the wet conditions.
Might be knowledgeable to swap drivers when tires are swapped to get that edge up on the wet.
Yeah, well, I think that's definitely going to be a viable option. Don't see any other drivers in there other than Falca at the moment, so we'll monitor that closely. King looking to make the move, send it up the inside up the Casio triangle, and he does. You can see
Also, note Rustin passed Felker.
He did, so he's...
That was a given.
Bradley in the pits, and that looks like it's Sean Vincent as well, so pit stop starting to happen due to the rain falling, and this is the lead out in front. The two Lamborghinis, Louis Benora leading Lucas Keys.
Just half a second gap.
Yeah.
Right as the rain's starting to come on.
Super close between these two. Will they decide to pit? Will they continue on? We'll find out in just a few moments. It's going to be super tricky coming through the 130R. Rain falling.
Also, notably, Keys does not have much damage on his car, if at all, so that's going to be another advantage he's going to have over Benura right now.
Yep, and track has gone to Greasy as well. And they're both going to continue on. This is really great stuff here. This is the rain really mixing it up.
Also, notably, Bozic gaining back on Kings, but not nearly as fast as he should be. Back to Keys and Benura. Keys looks like he's going to try and take any area he can. Keys edging right up to him, trying to take that inside path, but not quite getting to that inside. He might try and take it again here. Doesn't quite get there. Benura, wonderful descent, trying to brake check as well. He's taking the edge. Both driving very riskily, especially for this rain and not having wet tires.
Track's going to damp as well.
Either one of these men messed up, especially with the rain, going to be set back a lot. Especially with Gage Gonzalez being 18 seconds behind, looking to take what he can from this battle here.
Yeah, well, that's the thing these guys got to think about as well, is that Gonzalez is behind. He's lapping. Oh, stop go for 6.64. That's Smith in the Ferrari. We've lost another one too. We're down to 17.
Keys looks like he was able to take that gap side by side right now. We'll see how they go into this next corner. He's pushed right back behind Louis, trying to push as much as he can, but losing time on the straight during the damage. And Louis pushing for that. And losing grip on the both of them.
Oh, yeah.
Now taking first place.
So he ran
very closely behind from Louis, though.
Yeah, ran wide at the at Spoon Curve again. We've seen plenty of cars do that.
Notably, R. Felker, who hasn't switched to wets, along with Rustin. R. Felker is about 0.5 seconds behind, back to Benura. Benura just battling as much as possible, but not quite able to keep it there with the wet. Definitely more unstable. Probably optimal if either one of them pits soon, if not both, but I feel like he's going to try and push for another lap.
Whoa, Benura.
Yeah.
I think these two
Felker at 0.4 as well.
Yep, I think these two are pretty committed to seeing this rain out. But in saying that, so Gonzalez...
They do only have about 20 minutes where they have to see this rain out. Just the worry is, will Louis lose more and more grip? Because he's lost about a second and a half across this last lap. And going onto the grass, yellow flag for Benura.
So Falco will give us a pretty good indication on pace. So he's taking Rustin right now as they're on the back straight. So we'll wait and see what time he sets. The last lap around was a 2:14.8 to Keys, a 2:15.6 to Benora, and Gonzalez did a 2:12.607. So track is now officially wet. Falco is going to hit the line. We'll see what sort of time he does. He does a 2:18. All right, so still significantly slower than the two front guys.
Into the car from 8th place. Jimmy's actually gaining time on Benura right now.
Yeah, so he actually got past there. Yeah. So he's trying to unlap himself right now.
Back up as fast as possible. Incredible performance.
So Jimmy should give us a bit more of an indication. So he's obviously jumped in the car for Bradley.
He has been in the car for a total of 3 minutes. So that's about a lap and a half, which lines up. Got a
King.
yellow flag from King.
Yep.
Might be a bit of an interference there.
Let's see what happened here. Down to turn 1, ran wide, ran out of room, and then I think he's going to turn it around by the looks of things. Or he does. So he managed to keep it going the right way through turn 1, but then ended up just turning around there. So unfortunate for him. Down there in 7th, so still having a pretty good run there. Rustin now in the pits. Keys and Benora continuing on. I think they're pretty committed to seeing this rain off. Gonzalez, he's 14 seconds down the road from these two, and he's going to continue on as well, as I would think. So would Retro Coffin too. So rain not looking like it's going to stay here for too long. These drivers, these drivers will be hoping so anyway. Lap times, Keys did a 2:17.6, a 20.7 to Benora.
It's like a bit of a sliding out happening there for King.
Cubbage
Not a good one though.
in the pits, almost 50 minutes into the stint. Who else is fast out there right now? King was at 2:16.2. Jimmy did a 2:12.250 on that previous lap, so he's got the wet tyres on. This might be short-term gain for potentially a little bit of long-term pain. He's got those wet tyres on, and this rain's not forecast to stick around for too long, so this could be
definitely for these racers. But Benora only has a 3-second delay behind Keys, but is losing more and more of it as he goes.
Yeah, his last lap he was 3 seconds slower than Keys. So as mentioned, Benora didn't have the experience on the slick tyres in the wet conditions.
Not at all.
Yeah, but he's going to have to see it out now. He's gone past the point of no return. And so obviously,
especially with Gonzalez 13 seconds behind him, but also Gonzalez is gaining time. So it looks like Gonzalez, if Benora sticks with it, might be passing up.
So Lucas Keys, I thought for a second he might have been going into the pits, but Benora continues on as well. And then Gage Gonzalez, I would assume, crawling all over the curbs there.
Pushing as hard as possible.
Yeah.
Cutting over these curbs a few times. Not incredibly sure he's on wet even.
Yeah, he's on the dry tyre still, so...
Very impressive then. Especially holding down his time with the dry tires. He's actually driving faster than both Keys and Benora right now.
Yeah, so he's down to a 2:17.562. That was 2 seconds faster than Benora and 2 seconds faster than Keys as well. So he's on the charge right now, Gage Gonzalez. You're watching Bertoni. He was a tenth slower than Retro Coffin on that previous lap. 1.2 seconds the gap between those two. And I reckon the rain might have stopped.
No, it is not. It is not.
No, still going, yep. I don't think it's far away from stopping those. Starting to look like
Not at all. It's
ease
about
off a
10
bit.
minutes away from stopping.
Yeah, Valentine. Oh, it's at the up through the yeses. He's had a little off.
Also, notably, it does look like Jimmy is a lap behind Keys and Benura, as well as Gage. So he's really going to have to get up there over the next 2 hours.
Yep. Yeah, so we're not far away from the halfway mark of this one. Only 16 minutes to go before we reach halfway. But so Benora, 2/10 slower on that previous lap.
Notably, Keys, Gonzalez, and Benora are all on dry tires, as well as Coffin and Bertoni.
Valentine continuing to struggle there out of the Degners. So he's having a bit of a rough lap right now. That's Vincent tucked in behind Bertoni, but Vincent's a lap down right now on Bertoni. And just really interesting to see this man here, Gonzalez, what pace he continues on. That back end just stepping out ever so slightly. So track fully wet, 31 degrees air and track temperature. These guys are all on the slick tyres, and you can see that by the behaviour of the back end of that McLaren. Just wanting to step out and loop around. Gonzalez manages to save it. See what sort of lap time he does here to give us an indication on closing the gap. Benora though, oh, that's not going to do any good.
Not at all, especially with an 18-second gap, or what was 18-second. Gage just closing that in.
There's Gonzalez coming through now, and here's Benora, so he will see the white McLaren arriving in his rearview mirror any second now. So Benora just struggling with these conditions a little bit. Lucas Keys a 17.8 that last lap, 8 tenths slower than Gonzalez, who was fastest at 2:17, and this man here, Benora, did a 2:19.960. So he will be hoping that this rain starts to ease off as soon as possible. There was a flash of Gonzalez coming through Degner 1 there as well, hunting down.
Gonzalez absolutely hunting. About a 3-second gap right now.
Jimmy, fastest car on circuit, a 2:12.580. So he has the full wet tyres, but that rain not expected to last for too long. He's definitely eased off a bit.
However, Jimmy does need to regain that time, so that might just work out the best for him.
Yeah, well, he's going to have to pit again on and get a set of slicks.
Yes, this is true.
On there, so it's
hopefully he holds off until we see a little bit of a slide there from Gage Gonzalez. Nothing that bad. A lot of the back tires giving out though.
Yeah, it's a lot of long radius corners around here as well. So heats those tires. Makes it tricky to deal with in dry conditions, let alone wet conditions.
Whoa, a little bit of Gage just performing incredibly on these dry tires. Right behind Benora, about 2 seconds, which is more than gravel. Surprisingly, he's making a lot of use out of that grass, a lot of use out of that curb, just as he would in dry conditions, which is really impressive.
Yeah, Gage certainly showing his class right now in these conditions. So 2 seconds the gap. He was 8 seconds faster on that last lap, but that's obviously due to Benora having that off at turn 1. No such issues for him this time around. And Rustin coming up on the back of Chris Rise. This is down in 12th and 13th. So these two having a nice little battle between themselves. Like the last lap around, I'm not too sure if Rise had an issue, but it was a 2:19 compared to a 12:6.
Outside here, not quite getting it, trying to make that late apex so he can power through. Not getting there though, a little bit late on the throttle. We'll try and see if we can just hold it inside from these upcoming corners, but he definitely is moving faster than Rise. Taking the inside, or at least trying to, but Rise locks him off before he can, especially with the wet. Rustin able to hold on to the grip. Rise not able to do it hard enough. He'll be able to pull through though. Rise holding his position as much as he possibly can. Notably, Case Smith and Valentine back there at 15th and 16th place are also going through a battle.
Yeah, we'll get to Gonzalez and Benora too.
Gonzalez, yes.
Oh, that's Rise running a little bit wide there at 130R, and that's good enough for Rustin.
And Gage Gonzalez just made the pass, right past Benora.
That's a spoon curve.
Holding through. Gage is now in second place. Pulling through very well.
Just see how that came about. Picked them up at the entry of Spoon.
Is still coming down, but not nearly as much. Track is currently at 32. Air currently at 31. Gage having a bit of a slide up, but holding his velocity with incredible car control. Notably, Case Smith is still trailing Valentine. 0.2 second gap there. Looks like he's going to try and take the inside, but it also looks like Case Smith has a orange flag. He's going to have to pit soon.
Kenneth Smith, yeah, down there in 16th, just trying
Or RPMing a little high on his shifts.
So that last lap around, Lucas Keys.
Panora only half a second behind Gage with his little bit of slips.
Yeah.
It's holding steady.
Yeah, so that last lap at 2:15.9 to Keys. Gonzalez did a 2:15.2. So the gap is 12.6 seconds between first and second, and Benora's going to have to do his best here to try and hold on to Gonzalez. He's lapping considerably slower, and as we saw on the previous lap, Gonzalez was able to get the move done and move up into P2. Retro Coffin's a long way away from these guys. He's 45 seconds down the road. And then the other one to have a look at would be I'm Not Jimmy, the 69 Lamborghini Ranch Blasters. Down there in 8th spot right now. He's 7.5 seconds behind King, but I think King might be on the dry tyres, or he's had a big mistake on that previous lap because Jimmy was 10 seconds faster on the previous one. So we'll see if that starts to eventuate between these two. But Lucas Keys doing a fantastic job out in front considering the conditions, able to maintain that pace, very similar to Gage Gonzalez. And the number 10 Lamborghini doing a great job to continue to hold the lead, and we're not far away from halfway. And these guys, doing a good job. Lucas Keys and Liam Curran, who I don't believe we've seen in the car yet. So they're 10 minutes away from their stint timer to max out, as is Gage Gonzalez and Benora, as well as Retro Coffin.
Benora still losing that time here.
Yep.
About 15 seconds behind Keys, which is more than recoverable. It was significantly better than what was the start of the race, which was 40-second gap. Should promote for this next latter 2 hours for coming right up on the half zone.
And so this could work
right up on the halfway mark.
Yeah, this could work out really well for Jimmy. So he took over in the car from Bradley earlier on, and he's gone 16 minutes into his stint. He put a set of dry tyres on. Now he can align his pit stop with the guys ahead. So this might work out really well for the Ranch Blasters here, where they can get back on the same sequence as the guys in front and put a new set of tyres on and continue his stint. So, and it would only be extended by about 16, 17 minutes possibly.
Yes.
So this is looking good. It's a shrewd move from those two guys. Looking good right now.
No incredibly close gaps. It looks like they all sorted out about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, so I think we're going to see
losing still consistently a bit of grip.
Yeah, so we'll see a round of pit stops happen in the next few minutes.
Tony pitted, yes.
Yeah, 3 to 5 minutes.
That's number 5.
Yeah. Triple One Aston Martin having a great run. They started 5th. That's where they find themselves right now. Track it damp. So continuing to dry out. Moved on from wet, and we don't have any more rain falling, so track conditions will only get better from this point onwards. Doesn't look like there's any more rain scheduled at this stage, but we're only the halfway mark, so you can see more rain a little bit later in the race. But these guys will be very happy that there's nothing forecast as Reichert comes into the pits. Noobs Are Us Racing as well, down to 1 car. They put it in the chat a little bit earlier on.
Juicy Rise coming up. Rustin, right side by side right now. Just getting that over Swanseger. It's trying to grab back his place, but not quite getting there.
That's the remaining Noobs Are Us Racing entry.
Gage Gonzalez holding steady, running at only 10 seconds behind Keys. It was 14 seconds just about 3 or 4 laps ago.
Yeah, and
definitely closing that very efficiently.
Yeah, half a second the difference in lap speed advantage to Gonzalez on that previous one as well. So he's continuing to defy the conditions. Gotten through the worst of it.
Incredibly so as well.
Yeah. It's not unexpected.
The track is damp now.
Yeah, not unexpected from Gage Gonzalez, the man who's leading the current Summer Championship right now for Pan Am. Yeah, his form lately has been sensational. So Benora 5.4 seconds down the road, 2:12.982. So looks like the conditions have come back to his favour right now, and we're watching Jimmy, who's chasing down King.
Just a notable play on the field right now. Rustin is about a minute behind Felker, so there's a large gap there. And there's another gap occurring between Coffin and Benora. That is actually extending. Coffin is losing more time, and that's keeping steady. Fourth place has about a minute gap between it and first place.
Yeah, Rustin, a minute 9 adrift of Falker, and yeah, almost a full lap down there as well. So Jimmy, that last lap around, 2:11.690 and 2:13.642 to King. So that gap.
Also, another notable play on the field, Jimmy has equalized laps. He was able to get past Corsi.
Yep.
He's equalized laps with the top 7.
Well, he's the fastest car on circuit right now, Jimmy, lapping in a 2:11. No one else is in the 2:11s. So this pit stop for them to go to the wet tyres is definitely working out absolutely perfectly for them. And they've got King just up ahead. They're looking to get the move done. You think that's inevitable sometime this lap or the next. Ooh, Vasquez Barantes as well. Looks like he's having a bit of trouble out of the 130R, but he's all good now as we go on board with Jimmy through the hairpin. Darkness has certainly taken over now, so lights in full effect.
Incredible. We got Jimmy building up on King right now. Notably 0.2 seconds behind. He's probably almost definitely going to take a pass here at this corner. Not quite. Oh, bit of a brake check from King. Not unseen, especially in defense.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if it was a brake check. I think it was just more just struggling to get through the corner there.
Either one.
Yeah.
Luckily did space out Jimmy from him a bit more.
Oi, sparks flying from the rear of the Lamborghini, the number 22, as they went through the 130R.
Jimmy trying to get on the inside here. Getting right on his tail.
Ooh. Oh no! King
losing grip. King might have to decide if he wants to go into pits right now, especially because he's right in front of him.
Let's go on board with King on this replay, because I reckon he might have been trying to go into the pits here.
Yeah, very possible.
Yeah, watching the replay, I reckon he was trying to go into the pits, and then Jimmy was trying to go down the inside, and unfortunately it ended with King facing the wrong way.
King is currently in the pits.
Yep. So Jimmy will
Gage, instead of having his 10-second gap, is back to 13.4. This level of playing field.
So Keys has just done a 2:11.6. Let's see what Gonzalez responds with. Gonzalez responds with a pit stop. So he's decided now is the time. That's his driver's stint. An hour and 1:46. So 60, almost 62 minutes, running it as close as possible. Benora is the same. And having a look at them, so Keys will definitely have to pit the next lap. He's going to be really pushing it here. He's at 63 minutes as of right now. He's at 63, so it needs to be the stint timer stops as soon as they enter the pit lane. So as soon as they cross the pit lane line, that's when it stops.
We have Brown that just came into pit. Gage Gonzalez also currently in pits. The only person that is not currently in pits is Liam Curran with Keys. But they are drawing it close. They're going to have to after this next lap.
Yeah. So Hasselbrock back in the car now for the 37 Lamborghini.
I am interested to see how Curran performs once he comes back out here.
Yeah, well, he's got definitely has the more favourable conditions, the dry conditions. It looks like it's going to stay like that for quite some time as well.
Yes, currently at Greasy, 32 in air and track. Gage gaining 18 positions this race, Jimmy with 16. Other notable numbers would be Felker with 7. Most notable loss this race would probably be King, who's lost 6 places. Swan Sager getting a yellow flag just back there a couple seconds ago. Gage Gonzalez out of the Hasselbrock back on the field, going to try and gain back that time. You can already see him. He's absolutely zooming as fast as he possibly can. Only a second behind Gage Gonzalez, a second and a half. We'll see how that winds up. Looks like Hasselbrock might be able to gain back the time that Louis lost.
That's going to be a really interesting battle between those two. Two real fast guys. Rustin, where's that? That's at Dagna 1 by the looks of things. Let's see what
right in the middle
here.
of the road. Hopefully gets out. No one behind him, however. Bit of a slidey exit there.
I think his tire's got a little
Notably,
bit...
Hasselbrock is currently a second and a half, still behind Gage.
Oh, he went on. Oh, that's a big hit too. Into the
That
fence
is a very
there.
large
yeah,
hit.
from Rustin. So, yeah. But, yeah, so this is going to be really interesting now. 1.7 seconds the gap between Gonzalez and Hasselbrock. So two very fast drivers in the cars in close proximity to one another. Kenneth Smith also... Oh, look at he's driving with a severely damaged car right now. So that was Vincent that did crash that car, and yeah, so they haven't repaired all of it enough to continue on. They're down in 14th. As you can see here, this is Hasselbrock. Yeah, making his way through. Bit of lap traffic there, so he's giving chase.
Another notable pass is Case Smith, Swanseger. Swanseger, however, holding on 0.3 seconds, so really holding on to Smith, trying to pass again. Really intense battle down there. Hasselbrook falling back to second gap. Definitely lost his time there.
And that car's severely wounded as well. The one in Kenneth Smith is driving. But yeah, this is...
Yes.
Yeah, this is the battle that we're most eagerly anticipating though.
Which makes it equally more impressive that Smith was able to get past us.
Yes. Yep. Oh, that back end almost stepping out. And coming in under brakes. Hasselbrock into the hairpin. So freshly in the car, Gonzalez, one of the solo drivers. So he, Retro Coffin, and Ryan Valentine are the 3 remaining solo drivers. The rest of them are all in 2-man teams. So he will get no breaks. Jimmy rearing up on the number 11 Ferrari down there in 4th and 5th. Those two. Has he pitted? No, he hasn't. So Jimmy's still on those wet tyres. We're over halfway through this one as well. And Hasselbrock coming... I don't understand this. Hasselbrock coming into the pits now. So 4 minutes into his stint. I wonder... Has he put on the wrong tyres, maybe? Oh, this pit stop doesn't make any sense. So that would be my best guess. We'll see how long the stop lasts for. But that's really odd. It's hugely advantageous for for Jimmy though, so he now takes third position. I reckon.
Jimmy,
What did they?
that 24-second delay.
So it was a 29-second pit stop. Was it a? Did they have a penalty next to their name? I didn't see a penalty next to their name. I'm not too sure what's happened there. So we're still watching Hasselbrock chasing down Jimmy after that strange pit stop. Not too sure what the reasoning was behind it. But nonetheless, he's back right on the rear of Jimmy.
Still directly onto the rear. Didn't lose much time at all and pulling through from Jimmy.
There it is. There's the move done.
Definitely going to try and fight as hard as possible.
And Jimmy's on those.
Jimmy still has wet tires, yes.
Yeah. So that was a losing battle.
This might be imperative for Jimmy to now go pit and get those tires swapped.
I think so.
Power to do all these.
Yeah, I agree. Track's at greasy. He's got a. What's the gap? 22 seconds between him and Retro Coffin. Falca's in the pits now too, so he pitted early and spot on call, Zach. You called it. Jimmy in the pits.
Well, thank you.
And Falco in
Wonderful
there
time
as well.
for him.
Yep. So Curran in the car for the first time. Liam Curran. Looks like he's possibly a New Zealander, judging by the flag there. And Gonzalez, what's happened here?
Hasselbrock actually did have a delay from track limits, just doesn't know as to why he pitted.
Oh, no. I think we've lost Gage Gonzalez. We have. He's
yes.
out. Ah, no. So just a tick over halfway, and he is out. I think that might have been a disconnect. I saw a yellow flag next to his name, and he is out of this one. So Gage Gonzalez was going to contend for a race victory. And that means we only have, two solo drivers left. It's Ryan Valentine and Retro King. And I wonder if that was a disconnect from Gage. I don't think I've seen him have a disconnect before. But I saw the yellow flag next to him and he's out. So that means this man here, Retro Coffin, he moves up into P3. And yeah, that's a big let off for these other guys coming through. And a bit of a disappointment as well for this race, because that was looking like it was going to set us up.
Forward to Jimmy's performance.
Yep. And then Swansiger. So we started with 21. We're down to 17 right now on my screen, but it says 16 there. Just trying to work this out. Just trying to see if there's the odd one out there. So it's not picking up Smith. Oh no, there is Smith. Alright, nonetheless, we've lost a few in the first half. Yep. And here's Rob Chandler now, so in the number 11 Ferrari. He's chasing down Bradley, who's fresh in that car. So Jimmy jumped in, did the wet stint, if you like, and now we've got Bradley in the car in the number 69.
Definitely, so that way we have Jimmy in those last couple laps. I'm almost 100% sure that's why they did it.
Yeah, definitely. So it's worked out for the best as well. So they're still not on the lead lap right now. Done 57 laps so far, the leaders. These are the two closest cars out on circuit right now. Chandler fresh in that car too. So he jumped in there for Bozic, I believe.
Definitely going to be nice having these new fresh drivers on the field. I just know how war-torn some of these guys can be.
Is it Bozic or Bozic?
Bozic.
Bozic. Beautiful Bozic. All right, there we go. So Chris Rise.
Just a side fact, usually I see in Croatian and that like area is usually actually an itch.
Right.
But same thing in my last name.
Gotcha. Alright, so Chris Rice just saying in the chat there, up from P10. Up from last place to P10 right now. So just having a look. They're in 11th right now. Rowdy Burns is in the car, the number 21 Porsche. So started 16th in P11
are we
right now.
Watching? Yes, we are. Confirming we're watching this battle between Chandler and Lee.
Yep. So last lap around, Lee was significantly slow, but I think that was due to the pit stop. So we'll see. Raikkonen moves up a spot. So yeah, definitely Gage Gonzalez.
Didn't say that Burns lost one. We don't currently have a 10th place if you'd like to look. Now we do.
Yes, I think the timing screen was just updating itself.
Got it.
So we'll just track this for now. And yeah, the timing screen will sort itself out where everyone will move up a spot. And
copy that, Chris Rise. Makes sense.
Valentine having a nice little scrap with Sean Vincent down in 15th and 16th. Have they repaired that damage yet? They have. Yeah, there you go. So that'll feel a lot more comfortable driving that car. Chandler feeling very comfortable right now as well. Tucked under the rear wing of the Lamborghini belonging to Brad Lee. We're going to go side by side out of turn 2. Brad Lee fighting for this position. Not willing to give it up right now. Ranch Blasters have done a really good job so far in this one. Oh no! That was Chandler and Lee's gone around.
Yeah, Breach losing those places. Now down to 7th.
Wasn't contact, a little tap there, and another tap, and
just a tad, yes.
Yep. So there is no live stewarding, but we might find that one in the incident reports. Right, so yeah, Gage Gonzalez confirming that it was a disconnect. So it looks like the good old Texas power grid lost its connection there. So it's a privatized power grid, isn't it, in Texas? They struggle in the winter. Nonetheless, he's out. So unfortunately for him, and unfortunately for us, because it's looking like it was going to set us up for a great battle all the way to the very end. We've still got an hour and 46 with a bit of change left as well. So a long way still to go in this one.
White.
It's Liam Curran leading.
Valentine gaining a bit of time just at the rear there.
Yep.
Interesting to watch them back.
These guys at Slipstream International Racing, Liam Curran currently leading the race right now. It's he and Lucas Keys who's done a lot of work in the early stages of this one. So Liam Curran's turn to have a crack. Hasselbrock sitting in P2 as well. So He and Louis Benora, who did a really, really great job in very, very tricky conditions in that stint. So they're holding it down in second. Retro Coffin, one of only two solo drivers left in the field. He's in third. Then you got Luca Accorsi, who's in the 111 Aston Martin right now as well. So Petoni's also done a fantastic job holding it down for those two guys. And then you've got Chandler and Bosic as well. Bosic in fifth. Dylan King and Jared King in sixth as well. We've seen plenty of Jimmy and Brad Lee. Rodney Felker. He's another solo driver. All right, so one of three solo drivers.
Just holding it down for himself.
Yeah, yep.
Very impressive that he's in eighth then.
I don't know if we've seen Justin Charles yet in the BMW. We've definitely seen Reichert all the way along, but I don't know if we've seen Justin Charles as of yet.
What number?
Number 512 in P9. I don't think we've seen Justin Charles in the car.
We have not, I do not think.
No. Rowdy Burns and Chris Rise, they're up into 10th position. So after being last at the beginning of the race. Curtis Ruston, another solo driver. He's 11th in the 868 Lamborghini, sorry. And then you got Cubbage. Phil Brown in the car. He's teamed with Marco Vinicio.
Curran now has a 40-second gap between him and Hasselbrock. Hasselbrock is on dries, so is Curran. Coffin 20 seconds behind Hasselbrock, also on dries, of course.
And then you got Valentine down in 15th, and 16th is Devin Anthony and John Smith. So that's the remaining field right now in terms of overtakes. So the 69 Lamborghini started 21st, find themselves in 7th, so that's a gain of 14 positions. Who else has had a lot of gains? Burns, the 21 Porsche, started in 16th, finds themselves in 10th right now. Brown started 11th in 13th, and then Vincent, the 55 McLaren, started 9th, find themselves in 14th at this stage. So the race, that's where it's at right now. Not a lot of on-track action, so
not terribly.
No.
There's like an average gap would be almost around 20 seconds for these guys, maybe even 30. Highest gap is between Felker and Lee with a minute in between them.
And Gage Gonzalez is just letting us know some thunderstorms in the area have caused that power outage. So, unfortunately for him, he is out. And yeah, down to 16.
Rustin does look like he's slowly building up on Burns. Same thing with King to Chandler.
Yeah, so last lap around, Chandler.
There's also
5.7.
Very intertwined here. Not a lot of linear racing. There's a bunch of gaps in between all these racers right now.
Yeah. Yeah, so hour and 42 to go. Not much happening. 16 cars still in the field, and not a hell of a lot to talk about right now.
Not terribly. I've loved the performance that this race has gotten, though. Very action-packed, honestly.
Yeah, we've seen some great. We have seen some great racing, that's for sure. In the early stages of this one, no weather.
100%.
Yeah, no weather forecast either, so track at 31 is considered fast.
Should keep it simple for at least the next 30 minutes-ish.
Yeah.
Definitely probably something that these drivers are looking forward to, something steady where they can now improve their own time.
Yeah, not expecting any pit stops either in the near future. Everyone's pretty early on in their stint
Pretty
times.
stable.
Yeah, at least 40 minutes away
Only real notable thing is Bradley's about to pass number 16, the Anthony.
Yeah,
Beyond that, we don't really have anything. We also have Chandler trying to line up a pass on Valentine just to continue those straights. Nothing of relevant placing.
So I think everyone's going to be able to manage to get it right down.
Look to be so.
Yeah, so the only drivers that I can see that are going to struggle... Oh, here's Brown. That's it through the S's. See what just happened there to him. I think he's had a little off.
I'm personally curious just generally about how these racers are doing on fuel, especially with such a sustained stint on some of them.
Yeah, well, we'll have a look at that in a second. So, if we go back to live pictures now. Yeah, so in terms of that, so stint timers, so they've pretty much got, 34 minutes to go before they can hand it over for the final 65-minute stint. And it looks like everyone's going to be able to do that pretty easily. So Valentine might just struggle a little bit. He might have to do a splash and dash towards the end. But everyone else is looking pretty good right now. He's got 36 minutes left, Valentine, to max out his stint. So he should be all right as well. So we're not going to have anyone who'll be caught short here on the final stint. So everyone will be able to get in and get their final pit stop done and run that final 65 minutes to the end here. So no one will be caught short there. And then in terms of sort of lap times, it's pretty similar across the board. 2:03.6 the last lap around to Hasselbrock. 2/10 faster than Curran. So the pace at the front, very, very similar between P1 and P2. Retro Coffin, on the other hand, though, he's at a 2:04.7 his previous lap. So he's a little bit slower than Hasselbrock as well. He's the fastest of the next group coming through. King might be a little bit faster as well, but there's no one making massive strides on anyone throughout the field. It's all holding pat right now. You see the famous Ferris wheel lit up in the background. Retro Coffin just running a little bit wide through Degner 1, but yeah.
Just side note, just while we're lacking a bit of the action, I do really find it fun, like the Ferris wheel passing by in the background. Just a side note on this track.
That's cool. Well, not much is going on, so why don't we?
Not incredibly so. It's like Curran is absolutely storming through places now.
So let's.
Currently looks like he's going to be passing Riker, which he just did. Building up on Chandler in another 2 seconds here.
All right, let's go have a little bit of a look at the circuit at night. It's where this is the back straight. So it is partially lit throughout the track. It is a circuit where night racing is done in real life. And we'll cross over and we'll have a look at...
It's usually important for racers to be safe in real life.
Yes.
I don't know if you sim racers would know that, but...
Well, that's the beauty of
like
sim racing.
Possible impact from the lane turn.
So we can see the famous Ferris wheel there in the foreground being lit up.
Question, Bruce, do you know if we have any actual like real life racers either in the league or racing today?
You know what? That is a really good question. And
Thank you.
that's a question that we could probably even throw out to the chat. See if there is anyone watching that.
13 people there. If you guys know,
yeah,
that'd be awesome to know.
We just have a little tour of the track at night. Not much is happening on track. That's why we're doing this. You can see those dark grey clouds have been hovering around for the majority of this one, but we're not expecting any rain anytime soon. Oh yeah, and then we just better get that off there. There we go. That's kind of messed up my flow a little bit. sandwich. There we go. Where was I? I was at the front of the track, wasn't I? Over here, this way. Where are we? I'm a bit lost now. Ah, that ruined my little tour of the track. Here we are.
Dang it.
Hang on.
I'm forward of that. Looks like...
This is the 130.
Yeah. Up on Chandler right now.
Here we go. This is where we're at through here. So through the center S's. Technical, twisty part of the track. Watching the cars.
Nope. Looks like number 13 and number 12 might have an imminent battle coming up here. Brown's running a 2:06, while Swanseger's running a 2:10, which looks like next lap and a half or lap we're going to see something occur. As well as Vincent is also gaining on Brown, but that's a 33-second gap. I don't think that's going to close anytime soon. Jay King currently running faster than Chandler. Looks like he's building 4-second gap. Might see some action there as well. Currently more interested in Brown. He's narrowed that gap down from 2 seconds to 1.5 seconds. 1.3 actually.
He laps significantly faster on that last lap.
Quite so. I'm feeling like that was a driver swap, which it was a driver swap. Well, 25 minutes ago. Yeah. But we did see Brown significantly gain. Timing up 0.8 seconds. Looks like a pass is going to come up here soon.
Swassinger. Oh, and then Brown getting a bit untidy as well.
Wonderful job happening here from Brown. Keeping the car nice and stable.
So they started in 11th. Car 88. So Brown, his teammate Marco Vinicio.
Looking like he's trying to take the inside here. Almost did. Only cutting down that time to 0.3 seconds. 0.2 now. Looks like on the hairpin he's going to be able to take. Not quite.
He's going to get a good run here.
Oh, for sure. Let's see if Brown, I feel like Brown's going to take this inside up here again.
Down the front straight now, so it's all quiet on the western front right now. Race leader Lucas Curran. We've got 16 cars left in the field. Curran, Hasselbrock, Coffin, Horsey, Chandler. That's your top 5. All pretty large gaps throughout. King, Lee, Felker, Rocket, Burns.
Brown's still holding on as best as he can.
Yep. And these are the 2 closest cars on track right now. The 88 Porsche.
It does look like King is building up on Chandler, but not quite there yet, like I said earlier. Brown being really bold on that corner, trying to take that inside again. They're really battling it out. Swanseger trying to give as much defense as he can. Brown cut off from the early apex he was trying to take. He wasn't quite able to get there. take a glimpse over at King. Let's back a couple of corners here. King trying to build up, but not quite able to get there. Still holding a better last lap time. Toes confident on Hasselbrook with a 10-second gap though. Brown holding steady, going to try and make it pass again, but not quite getting there. And a little cut from Swanseger, complete track limits. Brown is not going to be proud of that.
Yeah, I think Swanseger just ran a bit deep there at the Casio Triangle.
And I do not blame him for taking that gap. The only slight issue that I see is Brown's going to be able to cut down on his time now and get back out there.
Oh, Brown into the wall.
Brown going into the wall as well as Swanseger. They're both there. Brown able to get back on track and getting the pass in.
Let's see how that came
Check
about.
out what happened, yes.
Yeah. So you got Swanseger.
Notably, after that, King is building back up on Chandler.
Yeah. Oh, he just the back end turned around. And Swanseger was the same as well. So that's where he ended up.
King a half second behind right now. Trying to keep it in line. For relative position, King is followed by Vincent, who's also pretty trailing behind him. Not quite making up the same lap time, though. Back down to 0.8 seconds. See what happens there. J. King still holding a faster lap time than Chandler. But will it be enough? It wasn't that last 2 or 3 laps here.
Yeah, so King 0.9 of a second behind Chandler. Chandler on that previous lap did a 2:05, 2:55. Oh, go to
No,
Brown.
Curran is making a minute-long gap in between him and Hasselbrock.
Oh, Brown having a lot of traffic difficulties at Spoon. Right now, we'll go to the replay on that one. We'll see. Back end probably slipped out, I would say. Yeah, round he goes. And Swanseger lucky not to get collected there. And then around he went again. That's not the way you want to be facing. And we are
not
back
at all
to live pitches. So let's have a look at King and Chandler.
King is really trying to take this. He's been trying the past couple laps, and Chandler has actually brought down his lap time back from what it was at 2:08 down to a 2:05 consistently. The only issue is King is currently at a 2:04, so King still has the leg ahead of him.
So Chandler, let's see what he pops in this lap. 2:05.2 the previous lap. He does a 2:05.2 again, and Chandler 2:05.2, a 2:05 flat to King. So we've got some action on track.
Chandler just trying to hold on as much as possible. He wants to fight for that top 5. So does King. They've been going at it for the past 10 laps now.
Nice little on-track action brewing right now. The lead out in front though, so still Curran, almost a minute the gap between him and Hasselbrook. Hasselbrook did lap half a second faster on that previous lap, but that's not going to be. It's not going to make much of a dent into the gap between those two for first and second.
Really interesting to see the gap in between these two, not close. And I don't know whether it's being King just being a bit too aggressive on his corners or Chandler really just having incredible defense. But whichever one it is, it's working for King. Or not King, Chandler.
Chandler, you can do an onboard. You can do a little onboard comparison if you like. So, Chandler in the Ferrari versus Lamborghini as well. Oh, hang on, what's happened to...
Also, just a bit of a note, opposite from what we saw start the race, we do have a front engine car in the top.
Yeah. That triple one Aston Martin's done a great job this race. They've been really, really solid. Oh, yeah, just upset there, Swazinger, and around he goes.
Also note, King lost a significant amount of time on this last corner. Brown about to make it past if you want to...
Yeah, got the camera on it right now. Yeah, here we go.
Brown just making it.
So
it was a relatively easy pass on his part.
So that's Curran.
Oh, very beautiful. Yep.
That was Curran coming through as well with some lap traffic. So while Brown and Swansea were scrapping with each other, Liam Curran was just like, do you mind if I just make my way through here and let you guys get back to it? But let's go back to King and Chandler. So last lap around a 205 flat to Chandler. King did a 205.795.
Doesn't look like much. The most notable gap is still between King and Chandler, but King did lose a lot of time off of that. Swanseger also pulling up to Brown. Got about a second and a half between those guys.
And the noobs are us. McLaren, one of two that were in the race, and we've lost one of them.
We got Swanseger still trying to build up that time, but not many gaps occurring in this race. Still King being the most interesting part here. Yeah, Curran absolutely developing this gap between him and Hasselbach, which is just incredibly impressive. I knew that it was going to be a good race when I initially saw him in practice. I do have 3 shark bait. It's an amazing race. Got King coming up at a 0.8 second. See if he's able to build that back up and actually get the pass.
Yeah, so he lapped 4/10 faster on that previous lap. King over Chandler, so 204.8 to 204.4. So these guys...
What I'm curious about is how King hasn't made the pass yet with such a consistently fast...
Oh, that's Swansinger. Yeah. Well, Chandler's still being able... It's only... advantage.
It's only 4/10 second.
Yeah, it's not the easiest track to pass on as well.
Not at all.
Around
especially
here. Yeah, turn one. Yeah, turn one usually in Casio Triangle at the end of the back straight, and then it's sometimes into the hairpin out of the Degners, but other than that, it's pretty sort of...
Vincent is building up time in Valentine right now, a significant amount of time actually. It looks like we might get a pass back there.
Yeah, so that's Swansinger who had that off, so that's the cause for Vincent sending it up the inside there, and nice move from him.
Great move.
It's all repaired. That McLaren now, the number 55.
He can actually start moving now. Let's see if he's able to get up to Brown. Only about a 12-second difference between the two. King with a 0.4 second.
Yeah. I do like the lighting inside the cars as well, especially in King. It's got that purple, purple light in there. Looks quite nice. He's closing right up on the back of Chandler as well, looking to send it down the inside. He does. Can he gather it up on the exit?
Able to get through.
Yeah, he does.
Finally. Took him a while. I'm very proud of King, actually.
There you go. So he answered your question.
No, Riker is going to be trying to run the entire race because his partner, Charles, his internet has been down.
Man, 4 hours.
Incredible effort.
Yeah.
Yes.
4 hours. It's a long way to go solo. extremely
Charles,
long
I mean, you could definitely try doing a hot spot, but I don't think that would work the best.
Well, sometimes these things do
Especially
happen.
with him locking it down.
Yeah. One of the cars close on track. So just in terms of out in front, so Liam Curran has done the fastest lap of the race at 2:02.950. So he is doing it very easily out in front. Just having a look where he is on the circuit. Ace is coming through, approaching Spoon Curve now.
Chandler building back up on King, but not nearly as close as he could be to pass. Currently a 0.9 second difference there. Notably, Curran has developed another 2 seconds on his lead compared to Hasselbrock. Coffin has held steady down at 10 seconds, closing actually the gap just by a bit, by a second these past couple laps. About 10 to 15 minutes ago, it was a 13-second gap, so he's definitely trying to move faster paced here. Also notably, Coffin does have a faster lap time. Curran does have the fastest lap right now at a 2:02.9. No other notable gaps, however. Swanseger holding steady on Vincent, but at 3 second. Rustin at a 4 second behind Burns. And Chandler trying to grab back onto King, but not quite making it at a 1 second difference there.
Let's go for a lap with Liam Curran. He's pretty fast right now. We'll shut down for we'll be quiet for a lap. Let's go for a lap with Liam Curran, our race leader.
Quite peaceful almost, Joshua Curran. Just gliding along the track. Very impressive as well. Also he's made it officially a minute between him and Hasselbrock. Notably, Chandler is building back up on King, 0.7 seconds behind 0.8. Nothing too incredible though currently happening on the track, with some of these gaps being 15 seconds to a minute, especially all the way down the field. Last place we currently got Smith, who's about a minute and 22 behind Valentine. It does look like Curran's going to have to pass a couple people here in the near future. Notably Felker, of course, he does look like Hasselbrock soon enough. Curran is about 9 seconds behind Hasselbrock, but it's not flinching very much. Looks to be building up on Felker as well. Notably, Chandler is back in. 0.6 second gap here. Just got a car out of the pits as well. 0.5 seconds. Chandler's definitely trying to fight for his position back to King. Chandler back again, 0.2 seconds right behind him. Will he be able to take back his spot? That is a wonderful question. Also notably, Rustin a second and a half behind Burns here, running a second faster lap currently. Hello, Patrick. Chandler falling back onto that 0.4 second, hopefully closing it down. Only running a 2:03 as compared to King's 2:04, so he might actually be able to bring this back into his favor, get back his podium position. Italy, Rustin is also closing on Burns. with a 0.9 second gap. Hopefully he's able to pull through back up into 10th place. He's definitely going to want to fight for that one. An average gap time in between some of these cars is anywhere from 50 seconds all the way down to 0.7, so it's a really dynamic field here. Curran made another 2 seconds up on Hasselbrock, and Coffin has stayed a steady 10 seconds behind. Rustin is now at a 0.5 second gap, trying to make it back, getting straight into hairpin here, which is a wonderful passing area.
Like, yeah, King and Chandler, 5th and 6th up there. And then, yeah, as you were saying, Burns and Rustin right now. 2 really good battles going on. Curran's still at a cracking pace. He's approaching 202, so he's at 203, 257 right now. Only other driver lapping in the 3s is King at 203.977. And that's about it right now. Everyone else in the 4s and 5s. Decent gap between Hasselbrock and Curran. So they're out in a league of their own right now. Curran in the number 10 Lamborghini. Retro Coffin 10 seconds behind Hasselbrock. He's lapping slower at this stage as well. So not making up any ground there. Then of course he was 4/10 faster on the previous lap from Retro Coffin. The gap is still 17.6 seconds. So as Zach was pointing out, we've got pretty big gaps everywhere. And
incredibly so.
Yeah, we're about
like
9.
For example, Felker and Raykart have a 51-second gap, and Burns and Raykart currently have a 52-second gap.
Yeah.
It's just all spread out across the field.
Yeah.
That is what you tend to see on these longer endurance races, where the gaps really do spread out, especially nearer to the end.
Yeah, and we've had what 5 cars drop out as well. So it's just what happens sometimes. Not every race can be an absolute banger. But Rustin doing a good job here though. He's pressuring.
Incredible job.
Yeah, Rowdy
only
Burns.
3 seconds off. Just in a lap, he's been able to close about a second there.
Car just sliding around under brakes, getting loose at the rear. The inertia pushing it forward. Last lap around at 205.952 to Burns. Rustin 204.90.
I reckon he might just have it in his next couple corners. Let's see if that first corner, like you said, will provide any passing. Not sure about it though.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, this is
Chandler also keeping consistent on King, just as a side note. No, we got a yellow flag for Chandler. If you want to see what happened there.
Yep, all over it. So he's turned around. Let's see what happened on the replay. He's by himself. Coming up through. Just clipped the inside and then went around very gentle. So he didn't touch anything or anyone. So that's best case scenario. As we go back to Rustin. Continuing to make up ground on Rowdy Burns. He's a couple of tenths quicker on the previous lap.
You can see him. He just took a ton of time with that corner. It looks about 0.3 of a second just on that corner alone. Let's see if he's able to power back through this. Looks like he might be able to if he keeps those RPMs high, especially here on the S-curves.
Oh, no.
No, and he just slid out, putting the almost sliding right in. He didn't even just slide by.
That was Hasselbrock.
Hasselbrock. Yeah, that would have been very detrimental if he was there for Hasselbrock.
That would have changed the complexion of this one hugely. But so Rustin after those
also,
tires.
as a note, it looks like Coffin is gaining time to Hasselbrock. He's definitely keeping a good flexibility between the two.
So Rustin's just going to have to exercise a little bit of caution here because those rear tires will be extremely hot, and then Coffin as well coming through, just adding another layer to it. So he'll just have to do his best here to keep his cool. Runs a bit deep at the hairpin. That opens it up for Retro. He's not quite letting him through. Now he does. And away he goes. So that car has been a bit in the wars today. Belongs to Curtis Russell. We've seen that sliding around. I think he was.
So,
I'm
just as a note,
yeah.
we are coming up to stint switch time.
Yep.
So we're going to see another shift in dynamic here. Notable drivers coming back will be Smith, Rise, possibly, Bozic, and Jimmy coming back, with Bertoni and Keys, along with Benura as well. So with all those drivers coming back, that could be a large change in this field, especially with Jimmy being fast, especially in comparison to Brad Lee. You might see a couple paces gained there, especially with everything stabilized out.
Yes,
even a couple second difference will be amazing.
Yeah, and there is weather predicted in the next 30 minutes.
And there is weather.
Yeah.
That is going to mix it up immediately. People are going to have to get pitted.
So no one's going to be stretching their. No one's going to have to stretch their pits, their stint time. So everyone's all well within the stint limit. So the one that's closest is Valentine at 59 minutes. So he'll be able to sneak in there without any dramas, and everyone else is going to be able to get it done easily. So we'll see if it's 65 exactly, and that's the cut-off time, and everyone decides, yep, we'll chuck over to for the final stint, or we'll go a bit longer. And at this stage of the race, after if you're getting back into the car and you've been out of it for an hour, or as we see Rustin just running wide, an hour and 5, and then you've been sitting here for nearly 3 hours. You've probably an hour before that, 4. It's Saturday night in most parts of the world where these guys are from. It's when the concentration can just start to drift a little bit. There's not really too much going on.
Yeah,
and then throw in a bit of rain. Yeah. It can.
You might see some larger impedances, especially if people are relaxing into that rain. That will be a very bad thing, especially for some of these drivers.
Yeah. So
keep it tuned, keep it up on fast as possible. It's going great, Patrick.
All right, so let's have a look. So in terms of, there was some little caveats to this race as well. So fastest race lap, there was a prize for. So on the lead lap, most positions gained from quali, no sandbags. So right now, as we're approaching the final hour of this race, in terms of positions gained, I would say, who do you have? It's Brad Lee and Jimmy. They started 21st. They're up in 7th. They're currently the clubhouse leader. Yeah, right now. Most positions lost and finishes the race. So that would currently belong to Sean Vincent and the number 55 McLaren. And then highest finishing ranch livery from quality no sandbags. Well, that's going to go to that'll definitely go to the 69 Lamborghini. And then the best overtake on a ranch livery must be approved by Jeremy Eastcott. So we've got a few little things to sort out post race. But yeah, there were some of the little sort of the prizes and whatnot for this one, for the Pan Am 4 Hours of Suzuka. Rather close action on the track. I don't think there was. So we're just basically waiting for the final round of pit stops. I'm going to find out. Just going to find out how an explanation on the whole ranch, because like if you look through the chat in Pan Am, ranch is mentioned everywhere. So I'm just going to try. I'm just going to try and get an explanation on it.
That'd be wonderful. Also, note we have Swanseger. He just spun out. If you want to check this.
Yeah. Let's see what happened here.
Looks like he might have just hit the grass.
Oh, yeah, it's at 130R.
Yep.
And then
He did, in fact, just crash there.
yeah. Alright, so he'll get going again. They're down in 15th. Valentine is...
Ibs is really pulling through.
Valentine is in the pits right now, but he's early. Ah, he's going to have to do a splash and dash.
Yeah, he's going to just barely miss that whole swap terrain.
And that was
I would almost say he should swap now. But I'm not sure.
Yes, Patrick, we can certainly see you. We can see your chat, definitely.
Wonderful chats. Yes.
Alright, so right now, current 203.8. Sorry, 203.287. His previous lap. 202.950. Rodney Falca, one of the solo drivers that's at the S's. Let's see what happened here. Maybe on board might give us a bit more of an idea. Yeah, and that weight shift did him in there and around he went. But being a front engine car, it sort of prevents you from turning all the way around. He continues on. Alright. Getting it.
We got Coffin still 10 seconds behind Rustin on 9.
I'm just working on this explanation. It is incoming momentarily. So Falca was able, Falca was able to recover. So looking on track, so cars quite spread out throughout, and we are in the final pit window, driver stint window, if you like. Now, no one's really going to be able to stretch it out in anticipation of the rain. So we're expecting rain in the next 30 minutes. So that is going to, that will...
I'd say more around 20, honestly.
Yeah.
After looking out at the track, especially saying that that's going to be pretty heavy after 30 minutes.
It's on its way, we can say. So where are we? Yeah, what was I looking at? So I'm looking at Rodney Falca statistics. Yeah, so Retro Coffin, he's 10 seconds the gap between he and Hasselbrock. He's about half a second faster on that previous lap to Hasselbrock, but it's going to have to make up a lot more ground than that. And then the other one is Rustin 8.5, Smith and Valentine down in 14th and 15th, Rustin and Burns down there 10th and 11th. So an in-game time 8:05 p.m. as well. So
did we see a swap between Rustin and Burns? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Yeah, right, okay. Thought it was.
I think Rustin was close by. But
and he lost
then Rustin lost it. So here we go.
Coffin and the Corsi building up on each other. Coffin's actually only 6 seconds right now behind. Oh, it's because of a pit from Hasselbrock.
Yeah, Hasselbrock is pitting, and
we actually have no more forecasted rain. 4-0.
I did that before as well, so we'll just have to wait and see. So Reichert making his final stop, Vincent making his final stop, Rowdy Burns coming in to make his final stop as well. So the pit window for the driver stint limit has opened up and people are taking advantage of it. Oh, did we just lose one there as well? Not too sure. Smith, that's at Spoon. So he looks like he's swapped the back end on that. Matty Burns still in there. That looks like it's Swansea in there as well. Hasselbrock. Yeah. And De Courcy. So off goes Hasselbrock. Swansea going out as well. So that will leave Liam Curran to take the lead of this one. And King just coming through there into fourth. So Corsi just going now in that 111 Aston Martin. So they completed their final stop, looking to solidify a top 5 finish.
Tony is going to try and pull on through. Looks like he's just getting out just before Chandler is going to come up on him. So he's going to have to fight back for 5th place now, but luckily he's right behind. If he times this out well enough, he will be able to pull through.
Yeah, so Chandler will still have to pit. He's got one more pit stop still to do. He's got 10 minutes left on his stint timer.
Just like we lost another car.
I'm positive we did as well. Is it Reichert maybe? He says that he's in the pits, but we have lost another one.
Yes. It's all right. I'm proud of everyone who has still stayed on. That's Chandler. Chandler's actually now behind Batoni. Batoni was able to pull up a pass, probably from new tires, if I had to guess. Track is now also on optimum.
Yeah, a 4-hour enduro it's a decent amount of time, and also to do it at night. Like the enduros we do, like the league that I'm in Australia, we start them pretty early. We start them during the day, so sort of lunchtime onwards. So my hat's off to these guys who'd be doing it quite late. A lot of the Aussie guys, obviously, it's the middle of the day for them, so they're not as greatly affected.
Currently, in my time zone is 8:37 p.m.
So you're cruising,
and so we're pulling through.
Yeah.
Have dinner in a second here.
All right, so all right, so here's the explanation.
Also go check out Chandler just on the side too.
Ah, right.
Want to go put that on the screen?
Yeah. All right. So
explain the beautiful ranch.
Yeah. All right. So it's happened somewhere in the chat. Because one day Pants just woke up to a ranch channel and Jeremy talking about how much he hates ranch. Says Jeremy Eastcott. He asked for his own safe space channel a few months ago, so we gave it to him. So there you go. So that's the story of ranch. It's obviously come up in a
seems to be ranch.
Yeah. It's obviously come up in the chat somewhere and taken on a life of its own. So
well, I do have to agree. I do also dislike ranch, so I can go behind that bandwagon.
I'm just trying to think of because ranch sauce isn't as popular in Australia, so I'm just trying to think of what we would use, what we might, because I reckon we'd probably call ranch sauce something different in Australia.
Well, we call it ranch dressing here, so
yeah. Ranch. What is ranch sauce? Or ranch dressing? Yeah. I think we call it ranch dressing.
Yeah.
What's it made out of? Savory, creamy American salad dressing, usually made from buttermilk, salt, garlic, onion, mustard, herbs, and spices. Sounds pretty bloody good to me.
Yeah.
That sounds delicious.
Some people cannot live. Some people will have French fries constantly with them. Something with ketchup here.
Sour cream and yogurt are sometimes used in addition to or as a substitute for buttermilk and mayonnaise. That sounds delicious. I'm just trying to think
if you do love ranch.
We do have ranch dressing in Australia as well. We can buy that from the supermarket. How good is that?
It's wonderful, honestly. The Aussies might be a little bit out there, but still have some sense of normalcy, apparently.
Well, I will make sure I try some ranch sauce in the very near future as Retro Coffin, he comes into the pits now as well.
Retro Coffin does come in.
Yeah, making his final... No, he doesn't. King coming into the pits now. So making his final stop.
Coffin holding on there.
Yeah, King...
Trying to get up.
King only just made it. Hour and 4 minutes, so 64.2 64 minutes 42 seconds, so he just made it. Liam Curran is right on the maximum here, so he's at 63 minutes now. So he doesn't have long left. He's coming up through the hairpin, so he's only just going to scrape in. So he's running it to the absolute maximum. Who else is out there? Chandler is at 59 minutes. 58 and a half minutes.
If we want to check out Case Smith right now, we got number 12.
Yeah, there we
55.
go.
He has a very nice tail right now. He's been hanging on down at the bottom of the pack right now for the past little bit here. Also, just a further note, El Curran is currently at 84 laps. Hasselbrock is at 83. Next line would be at Felker, which is at 82. Next line would be at Vasquez, who's at 80. Then we have Swansinger at 79.
So Vasquez is fresh in the car as well. So he's
wonderful job, Reichert. Wonderful job. If you want to look at chat, by the way.
Right. Looks like a connection issue screwed our car up. Riker here. But I did 3 hours straight as best I could do.
And you did it absolutely wonderfully.
You did an awesome job. Yes, you did fantastic. I do know what doing 3 hours straight
I could
is
not imagine
like.
to do that.
Oh, it's brutal. It's not enjoyable. It's actually...
I did 2 hours and my shoulders even were destroyed.
I was going to say it's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting to see what starts to hurt after a while. I noticed wrists and knees.
I tend to drive because of the surfing. I tend to drive with more like back muscles almost.
Yeah,
and it's brutal. I'm proud of you, Riker.
Yeah, did an awesome job, man. 3 hours straight. That's nothing to be sneezed at. So well done to you.
We almost saw a pass here from Smith.
Maybe he could. Maybe he could just cap off his night with some ranch sauce and. What do you normally eat? What do you normally eat with ranch sauce?
French fries.
French fries.
Usually, historically, French fries or salad.
Right. What about wings?
Yes, also wings. Cool. Yep. You'll put them on wings to cool them down.
Sounds like a good dipping sauce for wings.
It is.
So maybe some wings or French fries with some ranch sauce to cap off the night. Here's Chandler in the pits.
He feels like he hasn't slept for 3 days. Tweaked your right wrist. All of your fingers. That's brutal.
So he had to do qualifying as well. That was just 20 minutes. And 3 hours straight. Plus he would have been doing practicing. So possibly 4 hours plus driving in one stint. That is
if you want to check at the most recent thing he just sent, just check that out.
Yeah. That's what I was looking at. So
I'll do a small overview here. King keeping up with Brad Lee at a 2-second gap here.
Yeah,
it does look like Bradley's going to try and set it up so that way Jimmy can come back in. Smith at a 1-second gap between him and Vasquez. Nothing incredible yet. Smith does look to be building up. Never mind, something is incredible. Case Smith has, 0.8 second gap. 0.7, he's definitely closing.
So Rustin into the pits as well now. Work away to get himself past the 88 Porsche. So when you look, when did Smith start? P9. They've dropped 3 spots, and Vasquez Barantes is they started P11. That's where he finds himself right now. So he's teamed up with Phil Brown, and Kenneth Smith is with Sean Vinson. King,
yes,
all over the back of Lee.
Almost getting and taking it. Lee going off into pits.
Yep.
He's definitely swapping probably to Jimmy now.
Yep, I would say so.
Yeah, because he's an hour and 1 minute in, so he's going to be swapping over. Wanted to get that late swap so that way he could guarantee Jimmy would be in.
See where they filter out as we continue to watch Smith and Vasquez. They're the two closest cars on circuit. 2:11 are yet to current on that previous lap, but that would have been as he was coming out of the pits yet. So that was his out lap time. Oops, wrong one. There we go. Smith, 2:03.2 that previous lap, 2:04 flat to Vasquez.
Wonderful job by these boys.
Yeah, great job from the 88 Porsche and the 55 McLaren. Jimmy on his way out of the pits now, so he's fresh in the car. He's going to come out in P7 by the looks of things. So he has a fair bit of ground to make up on Bozic. Up there in 6th in the number 11 Ferrari. Let's see how those times start to stack up. As we're entering the, we're in the final hour of this one, the Pan Am 4 Hours of Suzuka. I hope you've all enjoyed having a
race, yes.
Yeah, well, I hope you've all enjoyed having a new voice on the stream as well. Zach, I think you've done an absolutely fantastic job. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you here as well.
Thank you. I've loved being here. I mean, I'm a little bit hungry, not going to lie, especially after this, but food on the way, and I'm having a wonderful time here with you. I'm
starting to get a little bit that way as well. I'm officially supposed to be at a restaurant with my mum right now for her birthday lunch, so my brother's just going to have to hold it down for now until I get there. But it's been great having you on the stream. Looking forward to many more doing them together, and nice to have a fresh voice. I fully agree as well.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think
really also just on the race, the only real notable interaction happening right here is between Smith and Vasquez.
Yeah, and they're lapping.
Liam currently has a minute 20 in between him and Hasselbrook.
Yeah, so the leader is well ahead, so has about a half a lap, 3/4 of a lap, in fact.
Also, Liam is incredibly fresh, only 5 minutes in, so he's going to be able to bring this in.
Yeah, and cranking out 2:02s already. No one really getting very close to that right now. So Liam Curran and his co-driver Lucas Keys, both of these guys have performed extremely well. So is Hasselbrock and Louis Benora, who was in there earlier on too, so he put in a great stint. And then obviously Retro Coffin, who we've talked about already, was one of the solo drivers. So to finish top 3 is a very, very impressive effort in a 4-hour enduro, doing it solo. Takes a lot of concentration for a long time around a circuit.
Also, it does look like, just to mix up the whole dynamic of the field right now, it looks like we're going to have rain in about 10 minutes here.
Yeah, and we also got a little bit of intel there from Lucas Keys as well. So for our race leader, they're on their final track limits warning right now. So
how many is that per? Is it 3 standard or
4 hour? I'm not too sure if it changes, but usually it's 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Keys, do you have an update for us on like how many that would be?
Yeah, so they're on their final warning. I think you can see it with the timetables as well.
Also, for the note, you guys do have a minute 20 Hasselbrook, so I think you guys will be pretty okay. I have faith in you guys.
Yeah, well,
doing wonderfully.
Yeah, well, a full pit stop. If they were to do a 30-second stop and go pit stop, the full time would be
3 for this race.
Yeah, so a full pit stop would be 1:05. So even if they were to incur one, they would still come out in the lead. So,
still an exceptional job.
And then Retro Coffin. So that will be the interesting part. So here we go. So there is going to be rain on the way. So,
Yes.
yeah, I think you mentioned
That's
that.
going to mess up the dynamic right now. Because I know some of the drivers on the field aren't fully favorable and don't have a lot of time in the rain here. I know, notably, fairly sure, it is King, Vasquez, Ruston. I know Smith and Swanseger haven't had much time in the rain yet. You know Curran has because he started off the race with it. Same with Hasselbrock and Coffin. Not sure about Bertoni though.
Yeah, well, I think Bertoni did race in the wet.
He did.
Yeah, and we did see Louis Benora just struggle a little bit in those trickier conditions too. So it's going to add find a little twist in the race. It's still air temperature 30 degrees, track temperature 30 degrees as well. It looks like that rain is going to stick around for that same length of time as that previous little shower that we had as well. So it was about 15 minutes or so it was here for. So these guys will have to navigate their way through that. I don't think it's going to force any pit stops. We might see some gambles with people a little bit further down the field switching to wet tyres, try and make up some spots and then hopefully ride them all the way into the end of the race. But that's still to be decided. We'll see how that all plays out. But right now, the reason that we're watching these two cars continue to go at it because they're the two closest cars on the circuit.
Yeah, they're right at each other, and I don't think I can hop over and see Curran real quick, but he's absolutely zooming. I'm sure Keys is having a wonderful time as his co-driver right now.
Yeah, well, he's just sitting back, waiting for the clock to run out to 000. Still got a little bit of time to transpire before that happens.
Yes.
I was going to look at top speeds as well. So top speeds,
Yes.
Bertoni, yeah, 258 kilometers, and the Mercedes as well. So no surprise there with those two makes and models being the top of the speed charts.
Mercedes, Aston Martin. What's interesting to me is even though they have the fastest speed, it doesn't particularly mean they've made.
Oh yeah, this is Hasselbrock. So he's facing the wrong way right now, and he's out. Can I pick up a replay? I can't pick up a replay, but he's out. Hasselbrock is gone. I tried to get the replay. What happened? He was turned around the wrong way at the start of the lap of the S's, and he is gone. He's no longer on the timing screen. I'm watching a replay of virtually nothing right now. Back to live pictures, but P2, they were absolutely cruising, and they're out.
I was not expecting that. As an update for the leaderboard, now we have Coffin in second, Bertoni in third.
Yeah.
Currently looking to be lacking a fourth, but that would be King, Bosic in fifth. Curran now being the head with still a very large gap.
See what happened to Smith here.
No, it wasn't a leave, it was a flip.
He's
rotated around backwards, got dequal.
Yes. 3, 2, 1, coming back. So that definitely looked like a disconnection.
Yeah, could have been.
It looked like it to me, like he was flipped. He was.
I don't feel like he would have been dequalled that fast.
Yeah, no, me neither. I don't know.
Must have been a disconnect.
Maybe someone from the team can let us know, but that's really, really bad luck if it was a disconnection or even a DQ as well.
Because do you have any info that we do not have? Or anything? Same thing with you, right?
Yeah, why do people leave endurance races? 3.5 hours
That's
into
a
it.
question.
That's a good question. Valentine going around there at turn 1 as well. Vasquez. The 88. What happened here? So he was getting chased down by Kenneth Smith in the 55 McLaren.
Yes.
And where's this? This is into the hairpin. Oh, and he just loses it under braking. Seen plenty of cars there. The back end just getting quite loose under brakes into the hairpin, and that was it for him. Oh, and here's the rain. The rain is here. You can hear it. Can't necessarily see it. But there you go. The windscreen wiper starting to go. Extremely tricky conditions coming up right here.
It's definitely interesting because we know it'll be done in the next 10 minutes. So, do they go in for a pit?
Oh dear. All right. Well, have a final little twist and a turn left in here. So yeah, not predicted to stay around for too long. And yeah, Falcon. Yeah. So the timing screen just all sorting itself out there. We see for some reason we see Charles there, who hasn't been in the race all race. So right now, currently it's Curran, the number 10 Lamborghini, Liam Curran and Lucas Keys leading this one. Retro Coffin in second, David Bertoni in third with Luca Ricorsi, his teammate, in there as well. Then it's the King brothers in fourth. So I'm just seeing, is there anyone?
The track is now on Greasy from Optimum.
Yeah. So it'll just be really interesting.
Vasquez is trying to get a gap back on Smith.
So it's just going to be really interesting to see who decides to gamble here. Will anyone put on a set of wets to try and take advantage and then roll the dice to stretch them out to the end of the race? If they're going to do it, they would need to do it right now, though, to get the maximum impact. Track temperature has dropped down to 29 as well. Going to make it extra slippery out there. And that will definitely have an effect on the highest rises. So still, the 69 Lamborghini.
Dude, just to note, I feel like this is probably going to be the great equalizing little rain here. See who's able to keep that focus in so late into the race. We're almost 3.5 hours in, probably around 4.5 hours of driving. So who's able to lock it down right now and continue at their full pace, or at least continue up? No, Art Valentine got a yellow flag over there.
Lucas Keys saying wet tyres are definitely out of the question. You lose up to 90 seconds for the 2 pit stops. Vasquez having a look at the rear end of Smith in the 55 McLaren, runs wide, turn 1. So track is at damp now.
Question is, how close will he make his view?
Make his view, did you say?
Yeah, you said he has a nice view of the rear end.
Oh yeah, no, will affect his view. He won't get as close. He'll have to work back up to that.
Drop back to a second there.
So I was going to say, still the highest rises of the field, the most overtakes still belongs to the 69 Lamborghini. Bradley and I'm Jimmy started 21st, currently in 6th. Can they snap? And they've stopped 5 times as well. Valentine and Smith, they've stopped 6. Swansinger stopped 7. Bozic has only stopped 3, as have our leaders. Everyone else
only stopped 3 times.
Yeah, so everyone else has stopped a minimum of 4 times. Swansinger, he might be taking the gamble. He's in the pits right now.
Curran looks like he's holding on.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to.
I personally, as a not incredibly experienced sim racer, I would not take that pit right now. I'd hold through.
Yeah.
Especially given that they were there only 17 minutes ago as compared to the rest of the field. It's about 25. So notably, Jay Smith is going to need a driver change soon enough.
Yeah, good spot. Yeah, the 664 Porsche at 50 minutes right now. So then,
Also, thank you for the note, Lucas Keys, about the wet tires.
yeah, they're not going to. No, mention that already. Oh no, Chris Rise, they're doing so well. Top 10 at the moment. Oh, that's at Spoon. Let's just see what happened
Holding
there.
steady though, he's able to recover.
Yeah.
Side note, as we look at the replay, we have a half second behind Vasquez. Or Vasquez has a half second on Smith.
Back to live pitches. Tip over to Vasquez. Well, at least we solved the riddle on Ranch today.
Yes. It was a very intricate one. Glad we were able to sort that out.
Yeah. Covering the big topics, the big important topics.
Oh yeah,
today.
no, this is why we're the broadcasters here. We're getting it done.
Yeah, track has just gone to wet. Vasquez just struggling to put the power down in that 88 Porsche.
As we know, people should not be making the switch over, so we'll see what consequences that brings.
Yeah, but as Lucas Keys put in the chat there.
Incredibly noticed.
Yeah. Oh, Smith.
I think out of all the people here, he is the most qualified to
I would
comment on that.
yep, I would second that. You can see traction control turned right up there to 10 on the Porsche, 7 ABS, so
Ranking.
yeah. Engine map 5, interestingly.
I have not heard of that.
Yeah. So I think there's a big difference between engine map 1 and 2, and then I think 2 and 3 there's not so much of a difference.
On the Porsche?
Yeah, it gets through.
Is it the 922 or 992?
Yeah. Just see how that came about again. Might go on board. Plenty of spray to deal with, but yeah, the 55 just runs a bit wide. He almost joins him, in fact. He just runs wide, but not as wide as the 55 McLaren, and he's able to take that spot. So the 88 moves up into P10 right now. Valentine, he's been in the wars today. That's at the hairpin, so it looks like he's come unstuck under braking as well. That back end turning around on him. It's a Porsche heading through. That's Smith. That's for position 2. So he takes P12 away from Ryan Valentine, one of the AM drivers from Bruce, Monday night PC League. So great to see him out there as well. Very beautifully liveried car as well. So done a fantastic job with that. He's battling away in 13th. Only just a tick over 32 and a half minutes left for him to go.
Jimmy also coming back into the race. I don't know if you commented on that.
Yep. So he's back in. Bradley handed over to him. They had some. They were quite fortunate with their pit stop earlier on in the race, and P6 right now, 43 seconds adrift of Bozic in P5. So I don't think they're going to be able to catch the number 11 Ferrari unless they have some sort of bad luck themselves. We don't wish that upon them whatsoever. And then a big shout out to Retro Coffin as well, sitting there in P2, yes. One of the solo drivers.
Just doing an incredible job, just keeping incredibly steady throughout this entire race.
And he's had to deal with every single different type of condition as well that this race has thrown at him, and he's dealt with it.
Go through. I don't even know how many places at this point.
So he started.
He started in 4th, it looks like, and so he's had to hold it. Yes, we would definitely like to bring this home, Rowdy.
Yeah, big shout out to the 15 cars.
Also, Valentine just looks like he just made a pass on Smith.
Might have gotten that place back, I think. Yeah. Let's see if we can pick that up on the replay. Oh no, I've got it at the back end. This is the aftermath of it. Get back to live pictures in a moment.
Jay Smith not really being able to get past that back. And surprisingly, the wet field has not really been the equalizer that I thought it would be.
No.
Everyone's sort of held very steady now. I feel like everyone's just trying to bring it as home as possible.
Yeah, I think everyone's had enough experience in these conditions that they're...
Yeah. Also, notably,
enough
Jimmy is not gaining an incredible amount of time on Bozic. I don't think as much time as it's going to need to get through there.
No, he's going to have some good luck for his way in the 69. But those guys have had the most overtakes during the race. And I think the rain quite possibly has stopped already. Yeah, so
yes.
Jimmy doesn't even have the windscreen wiper on. So a short, sharp shower.
If Jimmy's not doing it, then it's not happening.
Yeah. Here's Smith and Valentine, 12th and 13th. So final half an hour of this one to go.
Bringing it home.
Yeah, and right now it is Liam Curran leading it with Lucas Keys.
Doing a wonderful job.
Yeah, doing it. These guys not put a foot wrong all race. So they've led by a pretty hefty margin throughout. So they're 29 minutes and change away from taking victory on this one. Retro Coffin there, solo driver in second, and Luca Accorsi and David Bertoni, who's in the car right now, looking to bring it home for the 111 Aston Martin. And then the two King brothers have done a good job as well.
Couple drivers pitting, just for the record. We got K. Smith in pits.
That's definitely more of a...
Also, just as a side note, for lap count, Liam Curran is currently at 96 laps. Coffin is currently at 95. Next break would be at I'm Not Jimmy, who's currently at 94. Next break would be at Rise, who's at 93. Next one would be at Smith, who's at 92. And then we fall off to 89 once we get to Swanseger. Correct, Keys. We're not worrying about that.
Yeah.
We're not looking at that part.
Feels like so.
Still doing amazing.
This is in Justin Charles has come back into the server. So for a little bit of late practice, as Chase John Smith has gone around with that. That's at Spoon. We've seen plenty of that happen today. Maybe go on board with him to see exactly what happens. Very dark out there now. Yeah, just missed his braking zone and it's almost caught it. But round he went. So that's where we found him. And that's where he is right now. So he's recovered. Continuing on down there in 13th position at this stage. Who else is out there?
Current note, Bertoni is currently 10 seconds behind Coffin. It's been very incredibly stable for that car. 10 seconds behind.
Oh, Rustin! That's it. Dunlop.
What has happened to Rustin?
Oh.
Luckily, if he's able to recover, he does have a minute gap to Vasquez.
Let's see what happened.
He is able to recover.
Track's still
spawned through.
Yeah, track's still pretty damp through there. You can see spray picking up, and then the back end is just turned around. It's a tricky corner, even in the wet, in the dry, let alone in these greasy conditions. And he's just put it into the wall there. So back to live pictures. He is still 9th right now, and yeah, Vasquez is still a minute behind, as you pointed out, Zach. So no harm done there.
As long as he brings it home for the next 26 minutes. Yeah. Which is funny enough how long they usually race for a public Monza race, which is incredible to me how these guys hold it through.
Some experienced campaigners around here. I'm more curious about Justin Charles. He's decided... Was he in the chat earlier? I don't think he was he? So
don't think so.
he was with Raikkonen, wasn't he? I think. Justin Charles. Yeah,
Yes.
so he was
Yes,
Raikkonen's
yes.
teammate. He was in the chat. So he's decided he'll come in and put some laps in for the number 513 BMW. As we have a look at Bertoni, so down there in 3rd position. So they're on the podium right now, started 5th up to 3rd. 9.5 seconds the gap between him and Retro Coffin. It's a last lap around, a 213.3 to Retro Coffin, a 212.2 to Bertoni. So a second faster on that last lap. I wonder if Coffin had some sort of issue on that lap, I'm not too sure. But I do need to step away for 2 to 3 minutes.
Got it. I
So
will put it down if you want to
I'll
put the
leave
camera on someone.
I'll leave it on
Bertoni.
I'll leave it on Bertoni. I just have to quickly do something. I will be back in a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Very good. Hey guys, you have me all to yourself. Let's see what we got here. Just has a little overview. We currently have Smith trailing Valentine by about 13 seconds here. Valentine trailing Vincent. We got a yellow flag from Swanseger. It looks like he hit the wall. I'll go for a playback on my own screen. Looks like he overcommitted for a corner there. It just looks like the back wheel spun out. Continuing on, Valentine still trailing. Tony now bringing that 10 seconds down to 8 seconds. He was definitely catching up with Coffin. I think he might want to close that gap in the next 24 minutes. It's doable. It's just going to take a lot of work. And Tony is running currently a second faster than Coffin is. Further note, Vasquez is also running significantly faster than Rustin, but we have a 58-second gap between the two of them. Valentine holding now to 13 instead of 10 second. Smith at 12 instead of 10 as well. Just an incredible race going on, guys. Coffin is now at a 1 minute and 50-second delay behind Liam Curran. Liam Curran just absolutely doing wonderfully. Currently with the best lap time of 2:02.092, with his last lap being the fastest. It does actually look like Bertoni is running a slightly faster lap than Curran right now, but only about 200th of a second. Not by any relevant amount. Furthermore, Jimmy is trying to get up there. He's closed the gap just by barely. He's currently running about a second and a half faster than Bozic, but that won't be enough, especially with 41 seconds to close in 23 minutes. Further, Vincent, with his massive gap between him and Vasquez, just isn't closable. Valentine and Smith holding steady. Swanseger currently 2 minutes behind Smith. Bertoni now down to an 8-second gap. He's really trying to push it, really trying to close it. I would not be surprised if he was able to close it sooner rather than later. But that has yet to be seen. Further, Bertoni just absolutely throwing it behind some of these cars he's just passing. Currently running an incredible lap time as well. Fastest in the last lap. Really loving how this guy races. And the best part to me is you also saw a very similar performance between him and Corsi, who started out the race.
Alright, I'm back. Thank you.
Welcome back.
Yes. Alright, so
Just went to a little summary down on Smith and Valentine. Looks like Smith actually just pitted. He had a 10-second delay behind Valentine. That's going to be exacerbated by that. Tony just holding steady, trying to close that gap still.
yeah, it was 7/10.
But Tony actually, yeah, but previous lap, Tony was actually cut a second off.
Yeah.
He was trying.
1.1. Track's still greasy right now as well. Air temperature 30, track temperature the same. Yeah, so they it's going to be Retro will be very sore right now, I think. He's a bit physically drained as well as mentally drained at the 3 hour and 40-minute mark.
Sad.
Racing by himself, so Tony's going to have to rely on a mistake from him at this stage because his pace is not quite fast enough to close that.
Oh yeah, that is a note. Retro Coffin has been here the entire race. That is incredibly impressive.
Yeah, he's a solo racer, so trying to hold on to the end here. That last 20 minutes is going to feel like an eternity to him.
Yes.
Being there the whole time. What's our leader doing? 2:08 right now, so
falling a bit, not in a bad way.
And Retro doing 2:09.4. Any other faster cars out there? Jimmy did a 2:08 270. Yeah. That last lap, what does he do? This one a 2:08 flat, so he's one of the only drivers, one of the only two out there to be doing 2:08s.
Which is incredibly impressive, especially compared to earlier.
Yeah, they've done a great job between these
really
two guys. They team up pretty regularly, him and Brad Lee. So I think they have very
Also,
similar.
I don't say this often enough, but I love the graphics on this game.
It's good, isn't it? Yeah, on PC as well, and in these sort of conditions with the rain as well, it really does come into
Shine
its.
through.
Yeah, it does. It does. And these guys, yeah, Liam Curran and Keys, Lucas Keys, they've done a fantastic job. 2:07.5 that last lap around from Liam Curran. So still holding strong pace all the way to the very end, and we've only got 18 minutes and 40 seconds left until we are going to finish this 4-hour enduro. And I have to say, it's been quite enjoyable. Although we didn't necessarily get a hard race all the way to the end, but it was pretty good. I've enjoyed it nonetheless.
I do think they've done an absolutely astounding job this entire race.
Yeah. Yes. So, just having a quick look through the through the chat there. I should have used the cough button, but I didn't. It was something around because the fastest lap. So there's a prize for the fastest lap. So it's been brought up in the chat. Do you take the fastest lap of everyone on the lead lap, or is it just P16 got fastest lap, but they were a lap down, so no prize? So Jimmy gave his thoughts on the matter, and I think that's something the admins are going to be looking at because there is only one car on the lead lap. It actually is the fastest lap holder as well. Yes. And given the conditions, I don't think that's going to improve. So there may not be any controversy there. Luckily enough for the admins too. So
makes it directly down the center.
Yeah, no, that's crisis averted.
Very much so.
Oh, Aiden Hasselbrook did quit.
He did?
Yeah, he did. So I'm just scrolling through the chat there.
Interesting.
I had to quit my equipment. Was making it impossible. I'll be back for the next one with functioning pedals. Looks like it was pedals. Yeah, there you go. So Pants in there saying Gage needs someone to race. Gage needs someone to keep his internet connection. That's the only thing that could really beat Gage Gonzalez at the moment was a power outage. So Ryan Valentine making his final pit stop.
The only thing beating Gage is the power outage.
Yeah.
Something completely out of his control. That's wonderful.
Well, he was sitting in third at the time, so we don't know what was going to happen for the rest of the race. But if the summer championship was anything to go by, he was definitely going to be in contention for the race victory. But instead, we've got Liam Curran and Lucas Keys, who are looking like race victors right now. Retro Coffin and
Proud of you guys have not hit another out of track.
yeah, they haven't. Well, they don't have to push that hard. The gap's almost a full lap
not at all.
right
No,
now.
no.
So
They've doubled the lap they've doubled the gap over the past hour. So that safely sets them apart.
I think Rodney Falco is another one who's gone solo. So he started 15th, currently 7th. So he's made up 8 spots. And then Chris Rise as well. So he and his teammate, which is Chris Rise and Rowdy Burns. Rowdy Burns, one of the AM drivers from the Summer Championship. They've made up 8 spots as well. So
Yes.
and then Ryan Valentine.
Of course, there's Jimmy with 15 there.
He's still they're still the clubhouse leader right now. And I think the other thing that needs to be decided is the best overtake on a ranch car as well. But I don't know if there'll be too many to choose from. That's the Jeremy Eastcott responsibility.
Yes. That's not ours.
That's not our responsibility. No, definitely not.
We'll talk about it.
Yeah. So, quarter of an hour left. And it's all quiet at the front. So, Bertoni's still just chipping away at Coffin. Still 10 seconds the gap. He took out 6/10 last lap around. But yeah, that triple one, Aston Martin's had a great race. Started 5th, currently on the podium. The King brothers as well. They've done a great job. So they started. They did start 3rd. They find themselves 4th, so they've dropped a spot overall. But I think they've done
the wonderful pull up of Coffin and Bertoni.
Yeah, Dylan King and Jared King have put in a fantastic effort.
Yes.
And then you've got Bozic as well with he and Chandler. They seem to have split the duties quite well. There's no one really also close to a stint limit either, so there won't be any controversy as far as that. But yeah, Rob Chandler and Chris Bozic.
Also, just as a note to you, Roos, apparently food is really important to the level of energy you have.
That is correct, yes. It does.
Very recently, yes.
It generally does correlate into
levels
of energy. Yeah. I am starting to fade a little bit. I'm quite hungry.
Yes.
At the moment. It's
all right.
Yeah.
I have 12 minutes, 50 seconds left. Pretty even race now. There's not really any overtake opportunities for anyone at all.
Yeah, we're just playing out time at this stage.
Yeah.
So we're all just trying to give a bit
admire the wonderful driving of Liam Kerr. Feel like Keys would appreciate that.
Well, we've got Chris Bozic on the up on the screen at the moment. Bertoni just slipping back a little bit at a time. We can put the race leaders.
Keys were supposed to eat. I just had some Raisin Canes. If anyone here is familiar with that, I'm sure if they have that really anywhere else except for the States.
What's it called? Raisin Cans.
Yeah, raising as in like raising a child, and then canes. Yeah, like candy canes. It's fried chicken and sweet tea. It's amazing. That is literally all they make. They make fried chicken in different amounts. It is the best fried chicken you possibly have. It's basically Chick-fil-A's competitor.
Right. Raising Cane's chicken fingers.
Yep. That's all they do.
Right. We have them in Australia as well.
You gotta try them.
I didn't even know that.
They also have an amazing secret sauce with them as well.
Right. I wonder if they have ranch sauce.
They do not. They
They
have
don't?
no, it's actually like a mix of ranch and I think ketchup and some other thing.
Right.
It's very specific, like mixing, like dipping sauce.
Let me see if I can see if there's any in my city.
Looks like Charles might be. Oh, should be a yellow flag on the field right now. Car just went off. Let's see which one that was.
There's no Raising Canes in my city. How disappointing.
Last.
Well, there you go. Yeah, Justin Charles doing 2:06.7. No, that's his best. His last lap was at 2:35, so he must have had a pit stop. Yeah, the fastest lap of the race belongs to the race leader on the lead lap. So
Which is just incredible.
It is impressive. These guys have been, done a fantastic job. Curran and Keys.
105 laps. That's wild. How many laps did it hit during the 24-hour?
Around Barcelona, I have no idea. Very hazy recollection of that. I didn't commentate the whole way, but
yeah,
I had a big night the night of. So
yeah,
it was a bit dusty commentating the race in the morning our time, but I think it was a lot. I think it was in the, I'd like to say 300 range, but I'd probably be more than that given we've done 105
probably
already.
more than that.
Yeah.
Given, it's 100 over 4 hours.
Maybe sevens.
600 if I had to guess.
Yeah,
Sevens, yeah.
Yeah.
Track time.
There was no solo drivers doing that. There was.
Do we have a yellow flag on Swanseger?
Yeah.
Oh, that's about.
I'll go to the replay.
It's like running straight up.
He's had a moment out of the chicane there.
Yeah.
Oh, yep. And into the wall.
Yeah.
That was Charles.
Swanseger had another yellow flag if you want to skip. He just had it.
Yeah. So we find him at turn 1. Get it going again. Oh, he's done. Pit and quit. You mate. You're 8 minutes and 40 seconds left.
No,
dude. Like, come on. Like,
no.
Dude.
Can't lose you now.
Right.
Not at this
You
point.
had less than 9 minutes left in the race.
He could have just returned to pits. You can go back out from pits, can't you?
I don't think so.
No, I think it's like a 2-minute delay though.
Oh, okay. All right. Maybe that's what he's doing.
Like
Killing a bit of time.
2-minute delay. Yeah.
I don't know if that was Batoni getting really loose in Degna 1 or was it a dodgy internet connection. What is going on here? So Retro Coffin and Curran. It's
what happened there?
0.6.
What did Curran do? Keys, do you have an explanation for this?
Let's see if
we
I
didn't get a
can.
view of this.
Oh, so Retro was in front for a second there. So that was Curran coming back. What happened? He had like a 2-minute lead.
Keys, care to tip in here?
Yeah.
We missed
what happened?
I don't think we were.
How did we miss that?
I don't know how we missed that.
It said his last lap was a 2:03. No, he's lapping him. That's what he's doing. He's lapping him.
Okay.
He's lapping him. Yeah.
That's.
Yeah, he's lapping him.
Wow.
Got excited there for a second. I'm like, we would have seen.
Having a wonderful time.
Yeah.
I saw. Like, oh my god.
Yeah, no, he's
I
lapping
needed
him.
Keys' explanation.
So he's lapped the field.
Okay.
Yeah, he's lapped the field there. All right. Lapped the field. Fastest lap of the race. They're all sorted.
Keys, you're not allowed to scare us like that again. Okay? Just for the record.
Slonzinger still in the pits there. Batoni, he has cut the gap down a little tiny bit, but not really enough to make any inroads. We're in the final 6.5 minutes of this
amazing race. Yeah.
It's been pretty good. It's been pretty good.
Astounding, in my personal opinion. Yeah.
Yeah. So, no, but I do love the Enduro formats as well. There's some more coming up in the future. I think there's a
Sounds amazing.
1,000-kilometer race. They're going to start a little bit too early for me, though. They're going to start at 5 a.m. on a Sunday morning. That's a little bit too early for me.
I'll be up if you need me.
Yeah. Well, we've got you to step in now, so you can maybe do some solo stuff, which will be good. Or I could maybe jump in halfway through.
Yeah.
We'll work it out. We've got options now. We've got options, so that's good.
Yes. If I was Coffin, I would not be having a great day trailing this beautiful man named Curran.
Liam Curran,
Yeah.
Kiwi. So he's feeling nice and fresh. It'd be about 4:30 in the afternoon now on a Sunday afternoon. Out for a bit of a Sunday drive right now, these boys.
It's a bit of a Sunday drive.
Yeah.
It's one thing you could call it.
He's lapping on a...
If you're doing this for a fun Sunday drive, please tell me. I want to know what you're doing.
Yeah, isn't it? It's a bit deflating, isn't it, when you see like these guys just putting these cracking laps. When we were at Spa the other week, and the week before, I'd done a 6-hour enduro around there, and the closest I could get was like a 2:21 or something in full qualifying trim and low fuel load, and these guys were like lapping in 18s. So it was just like in the race, it was a bit sort of that puts you in your place. That humbles you pretty quickly.
Yep.
But these guys have put in a fantastic effort. 8.7 seconds now, the gap between Coffin and Bertoni. So Bertoni continuing just to chip away. Try and pick up any pieces if they fall his way. But Retro Coffin looking to take a podium with 4 minutes left. So probably a couple more laps.
A little bit off of the side there from Bertoni. Nothing crazy.
Yeah.
It's pretty much locked down though. There's no exceptional gap that can really be closed feasibly.
Yeah, we're just driving out time. It's optimum track conditions. It's fully dry, 30 degrees. Just having a look at some of the
Seems amazing.
So these guys, the ranch blasters. So we understand now, obviously Jimmy and Bradley, not fans of ranch, nor is Jeremy
Also,
Eastcott.
side note, King has done a wonderful job. I don't know if you've noticed that, but King started...
Yeah.
King had a fight down there.
They started
5th and 6th for a while.
Yeah, they're obviously related brothers, I would have to assume. Dylan King and it was Jared King, I believe. Yep. So Dylan King is the car
now. On us, just King.
Yeah, no, they've had a great race. They're obviously 38 seconds off a podium right now, but the Kings. Yeah, the Kings have definitely put in a really great effort. I think anything in the top 10, even in a 4-hour race.
Oh, 4 hour, yes.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Proud of everyone here.
So we're going to get 2 more laps. So Curran is on a lap now, and we've got 2 minutes 40. So this will be this one, and one more after this will be the last laps of the race. So it gives us a good opportunity to do a little scan of the field. So Retro Coffin in second. Bertoni there in third with Luca Accorsi. They're looking on track to take home a podium position. The King brothers that we talked about, Dylan and Jared King, they're sitting there in fourth. Rob Chandler and Chris Bozic, they're sitting there in fifth in the number 11 Ferrari. I'm not Jimmy and Bradley. We've talked about them a lot tonight. P6 for those two. Rodney Falker in the 484 Mercedes. He is bringing it home in P7 right now. These two guys have had a really good run. Chris Rise and Rowdy Burns in the number 21 Porsche.
Also, Curran came in first and left first.
Yeah. So, impressive stuff from them. Curtis Ruston doing it solo down there in ninth position. He's been all over the place in the race, but he's sitting ninth, so doing a great job right now. Phil Brown and Marco Vinicio and the 88 Porsche, they're rounding out the top 10 right now. Then you've got Kenneth Smith and Sean Vincent, who drove that car for quite a while, had some pretty decent damage on there. They're in 11th in the 55 McLaren. Ryan Valentine doing a great job, another solo driver. He races in Rouge on a Monday night. No race tomorrow night, so I think he'd be pretty happy about that. He's in P12. Devon Anthony and John Smith, the 664 Porsche, down there in 13th. Then Cubbage and Swansea in the Noobs R Us. They're back out there after resetting to track in 14th.
Yes.
And the BMW, the number 513, just circulating with Justin Charles in there as well. But it's all been all about these two today, with Liam Curran and Lucas Keys. They've been in fantastic form and
astounding form.
Yeah, they've really absolutely dominated this race to this point, and he's on his final lap now to bring home the number 10 Lamborghini, and they're going to take out race victory in this 4 hour.
They're still holding the best lap of best time for this past lap, just to set apart how fast these guys are.
Well, they're going to take everything. So they started in pole position. They're going to they're going to take the fastest lap, and they're going to win the race. So
just to note, like, the pace the other drivers are running. Coffin, Batoni, and King are all running 205.
Yeah, they're in the threes.
204. Yeah. And Curran is currently running a 203. It is insane.
Yeah. These guys have been on the pace the whole entire race. That's why they got the fastest lap, pole position, and not too many turns away. About 4 or 5 turns away from taking out race victory here as he comes onto the back straight for the final time. A little bit of lap traffic. We're going to finish in the darkness. 9:07 p.m. in-game time. Lights on, full effect. He's trying to lap Jimmy at the moment. He's not going to let that happen. Last time. But Liam Curran and Lucas Keys are going to take out the 4 hours of Suzuka for Pan Am Racing. Congratulations.
Absolutely brilliant driving.
Yeah, awesome work. Well done, well deserved, huge effort.
You see them wiggling their tires back and forth. They are done. They're shifting down. They're getting back to the garage. Astounding job.
Retro Coffin coming home in P2. Congratulations to him, solo driver.
Directly into the wall.
Yeah,
wonderful moves.
Huge effort from him, and a great job from David Bertoni and Lucas Accorsi. They round out the podium. Well done to both of those guys, but it's been Liam Curran and Lucas Keys doing some well-deserved donuts there at the end there. Retro Coffin in second, our solo driver. What's happened to Curtis Ruston? Oh, he's had a bit of an off. King's going to come home in fourth. We'll give him his shine, get on camera as he comes across the finish line. So Dylan King and Jared King, congratulations. They come home in fourth position in the Lamborghini. Fantastic effort from those boys. Bozic in the number 11 Ferrari. He and Rod Chandler going to get themselves a top 5 finish. They did start 7th, so they've moved up a couple of spots. Congratulations to them as Bozic brings it across the line to finish P5. Well done to him. Jimmy as well. He and Brad Lee further back right now. Curtis Ruston looks like he's battling it out all the way to the very end. That's Jimmy coming through now there as well. That's the man we've got to pick up. So he and Brad Lee in the number 69 Lamborghini Ranch Blasters. We got to the bottom of it today. Come home in 6th. Just shows you how spread out this field was. 15 finishes. Swansea is going to pick up a 30-second penalty. Don't know if that will really have much effect on his finishing position as Jimmy crosses the line. Congratulations to he and Brad Lee. 6th position.
Incredible job.
Falca, Chris Rise as well in there with his teammate Rowdy Burns, Curtis Ruston, then Marco Vinicio and Phil Brown, Sean Vincent and Kenneth Smith, Devon Anthony and John Smith, and Brett Reichert and Justin Charles. They were a long way down the line. What were your thoughts, Zach? I thought that was a
I thought that
race.
was amazing.
Yeah.
That was astounding. I really loved watching here. I really loved shoutcasting here, and I can't wait to come back and do it again. Incredible job.
Well, it's been an absolute pleasure having you along for the 4 hours.
Thank you.
I've thoroughly enjoyed your company, and I think you've done a fantastic job for your first time out. So big round of applause to yourself. Thank you for joining me as well. Thank you to everyone in the chat for joining me as well. Joining us in the chat. It's been great to interact with you all. We've had plenty of people. Chris Rise has been there. Mixed Gaming, Jack, Retro was in there. Eric Gottsucker, Shu Chen, Cubnado, who was his dad. Luby was in there. Bloody OCE was in there. Who else was in there? Gage joined us. Justin Charles, Patrick Myers, and everyone else that I didn't mention. Thank you to you all. Thank you to Zach. Thank you to everyone who puts on these events as well. All the admin team putting on a 4-hour Enduro is not an easy task.
Not at all.
Yeah, a lot of moving parts.
Giving us all this opportunity.
Yeah, so thank you to everyone involved. I hope you've all enjoyed watching it whatever time it is in your part of the world. But that's all we've got time for today. So enjoy the rest of your weekend. My name is Nick. I've been joined by Zach. And we will see you for next one.